Good morning. And hey, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing another live stream. So I'm going to fuss with my windows a little bit. I was just telling Paul of the Surge project how this is going to be a deep and meaningful live stream day for a number of reasons. Among them, I'm going to be doing more work on JUCE-based GUI stuff, because there is a reason that I'm really interested in chasing that at the moment. Among them, the Airwindows meter is working out really well. But on top of that, I've also got Console X up and running on one of my mixes for the first time. And I did a mix in about an hour, and holy crud, that combined with the meter, oh my god, that really worked out pretty well. And so I'm pretty excited about that. And what it means is I need to implement horizontal and vertical sliders in my JUCE plugins so that I can do the full-on implementation of Airwindows Console X using all of its parameters, because the parameters, and I can literally show you the parameter. Like, watch this. This is going to be quite funny. So I don't know if I've got that as an effect stack. I do not think I do, no. But that don't matter because I can show you. So I could put out Airwindows Console X, but it would look like this. That's a bit much. It's not easy to really interact with that, even for me, and I know exactly what everything is. Hey, Jonathan. And so I may very well also put out this for people who are doing everything entirely with the control surface. Oh, also, by the way, I tried setting up this control surface for it, and I wasn't happy with how that worked. And I'll tell you why. I had to go in and painstakingly change 5 banks of these controls. There's a button on the side where you can switch between banks. And I came up with a whole concept for how that could apply to all of the features of Console X in here. And that does actually cover them all. It's, let's see, so 8, 16, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, like 40 things for that alone. Except for that it's 39, 38, 37, because there's some sends on that. And I came up with all of that. I spent hours fiddling with the programmer software for this, because it defaults to all the banks use the same inputs. And that wasn't useful because I wasn't able to get like 64 possible control values out of this. And then what I immediately found was having to switch back and forth between banks just to do different stuff was more of a pain in the butt than just moving stuff with the mouse. And so the rest of the mix I did just with the mouse, and I'm not using the tiny control surface. But have no fear, because I do have a giant control surface coming, and that is extremely exciting. And that will be what I'll really want to work with on Console X. And then as another thing, I am kind of setting up the metering plugin. I'm going to want to build that into Console X Bus, which will also have the full complement of controls, because the mix that I did, although a lot of it was left unaltered, like there's all those boosts and things, and I did not have those in process, but I could have. And in fact, I was doing things like little mid-range boosts and cuts and stuff like that, little tweaks to Stonefire on the actual bus. So what I'm going to need to do is, and let me close out Discord for the moment because we're moving on to doing my normal thing. What I'm going to do is build Airwindows meter as it currently exists. I'm pretty sure the most recent version has been pushed to GitHub. I don't think this is going to be the day for setting up all of the GitHub secrets to get it to build so that it can be downloaded, like you can download Airwindows consolidated. Nor does that system, for some of this stuff, it's going to be a little bit more like the old school Airwindows things where you will have to go to the relevant place, download all of the plugins you need, and install them yourself. Consolidated is the one that will do a bunch of that stuff for you. By the way, I'm lifting a glass for Steve Albini here. That's much on my mind today. This is not simply a glass. This is a gorgeous little teacup that belonged to my grandmother. And I busted it out because I thought it would be a good cup for drinking espresso from. It's wide enough that I can put the espresso thing into it and make it work, but small enough that it's an appropriate size cup for what that is. And yeah, everybody is all freaked out about Steve Albini dying, and I'm feeling that very strongly because, like, obviously he's a role model. It's not hard to see how Steve Albini would be a role model for me and the approach that I take to all of this stuff, up to and including the way that I manage my Patreon and don't push too hard on it, because I am interested in facilitating other people being able to do stuff rather than exerting power over them and dragging all the money that I can out of them. And Albini's death really drives home for me. I was just watching a video that he made the other week. He made a video on this neat old amplifier with his Gear Dork video series, and that was great to see. I'm not sure if it's going to continue without him. I mean, it could, but he's the face of that. And it just reminds me that, like, you've got today to do stuff in, and sort of not to hold back. Who can tell whether you're going to be making plans for 20 years from now or whatever? It would be nice. He's 5 years older than me. I would like to get more than another 5 years, but I'm also pretty determined that if I only get another 5 years, which there's the parallels are very interesting. If that is the case, then I will have done as much that I could in the time that I had. That said, there is a caveat to that, and it's something I've talked about a little bit and which I'm going to talk about again before jumping into doing more work, as I will inevitably do. The caveat is this. Steve had given up smoking. Steve had given up drinking and drugs, and as far as I know, anyhow, that's what I've heard, is a lot of the self-destructive rock star excess kind of stuff that is known to kill you. He had given all of that stuff up. But I'm also given to understand that, like me, he's a big fan of coffee drinking and double espressos and all of that kind of stuff. And it just underscores what I've learned personally, which is you can give up the drugs in excess. It doesn't necessarily give up you, because that is all happening for a reason. And I think this speaks strongly to Gen X type people that like the time during which I grew up, it was all about the boomers being awesome and entitled and wonderful and getting everything. And Gen X is basically like the redheaded stepchild of generations. as far as that is concerned. So where the Bart Simpson and thought very poorly of and acting out and going wild, but also having to give like 20,000% in order to even be taken seriously. And I certainly feel that. That's also why I used. That's also why I drank. And when I gave that stuff up, those are basically like self-destructive coping mechanisms for ways people can be. And the way that I can be in that context is very determined, very driven, pushing incredibly hard. And if I don't miss my guess and always accepting, like genetic abnormalities or whatever, to some extent, I think that is what took Steve Albini out. He quit smoking. He quit a bunch of things that'll kill you, but he continued to be the first person to show up every morning and then the last person to go home every night. He would not eat while doing recording sessions. You'll also note that I tend to not stop or eat or take more than, less than 10 minutes of a break during my entire 8-hour live streams. That comes natural to me because I have the same drives as another Gen X, like indie, rock, punk ethos kind of person. The only way I know is to go incredibly hard. And there's a limit to how hard you should go if you expect to last. And I think this also plays into what, there's other, from what I've previously thought of like Fife Dog from Tribe Called Quest as my sort of warning sign of somebody who just randomly died and he was like younger than me or thereabouts, and not wanting to go that way. And now here's another Gen X icon, Steve Albini, and he just randomly died. And it's not entirely random. Because you can give up the drinking, you can give up the drugs, all that kind of stuff. But if you are still going that hard, there is a degree to which that is good for you in that you will stay healthy, you will stay engaged, you'll be fully living your life to its last moment. But if you're doing 99% literally all the time, and I mean all the time, every waking hour you're working on it, you're thinking about it. A recording studio owner is a classic example of this because that is a way to lose lots of money. And he had to play poker to keep the business going quite a lot. And that's another very stressful thing. But he enjoyed it. He enjoyed the hell out of it. He enjoyed the hell out of doing electrical audio and keeping all of that stuff working. But it'll cost you. And then you look at boomer politicians, Henry Kissinger. And I'm still happy that Keith Richards has managed to outlive Henry Kissinger. But one of the things about the, entitled people who are smug and sitting on their laurels, as annoying as that might be, that's not costing them as much as remaining full-on, desperately scrambling to be better literally all the time until you die. That, dying happens. Steve Albini, it happened to Steve Albini. And his life there's apparently some asterisks to that story. Not everything that Steve Albini has ever done counts as awesome. I'm thinking in terms of his ethos for recording music and engineering. I'm thinking of his ethos in terms of working with musicians. And those things, I think, are valid, whatever else goes on. You're never going to find anybody without some closets and dark shadows and stuff. And you don't have to accept everything about people. But yeah, the nose to the grindstone ferocity with which Steve Albini addressed everything from his first day to his last is on the one hand great, and on the other hand, that's what took him out too early. So it's all part of doing the things like making sense of your addiction to coffee or whatever, which I feel very guilty of. One of the things I like to say about stuff like that is you have to be where you are before you can be anywhere else. And where I'm at right at the moment is I'm essentially literally on Steve Albini's path 5 years earlier. I am pushing as hard as I conceivably can to the point where we've just put out Airwindows Consolidated just last Monday. And I'm interacting with other people who are able to be that effective and do that much stuff. And I'm beginning to get some of the graphic user interface things together, which we'll be working on today, by the way, so that I can make bigger things happen. And a lot of the stuff I've always wanted to do, like with the metering stuff, figuring out why do some pieces of music just stand the test of time and are much more satisfying. And then you wind up in these situations where, like, okay, now everybody tries to make music, but I don't love it anymore, and I'm not happy with how it's going. I guess it's just the passage of time. Well, what I'm learning is no, it's not. No, there are specific attributes to golden era stuff, no matter what it is, pretty much. And I can identify them and I can measure them. And yeah, and Jonathan Bellot is mentioning that the same thing happens in the manga world. Yeah, that's a beautiful example. In the way that being able to create such awesome things is beautiful, the killing people isn't beautiful. Except perhaps in certain mangas where they make it beautiful because it's like, oh, that's my art. I am making a manga about vampires or whatever. So in this manga about werewolves, their killing people is beautiful because that's the story I'm telling. Sue me, That is most definitely something that happens in the manga world. In all of these creative worlds, there's this balance between how do you balance overachieving like crazy enough to stand out and be able to reach a mass audience of some kind, because you cannot do that just by existing or just by being like, oh, I feel like doing something today. We'll never accomplish that. But then the question becomes, is the cost too high? And what do you really want? Because some folks, I can easily believe that there are some mangaka who are just like, no, this is what I want. I want to die at my drawing table like Charles Schultz, who did Peanuts. Basically did not outlive his strip. Pretty much like 2 days after he put down the pencil for the last time, he just died. That was all he had, the only thing he cared about. And it's always fascinating how all that stuff works because, like, Charles Schultz spent his entire life making arguably the most influential comic strip in the world, as Jeremy Clarkson would say. I think Clarkson's still alive. Fancy that. More points towards entitlement and smugness, preserving your life. But Peanuts by Schultz came out at a time when you did not have like talking animals with interior monologues. You did not have like children in comic strips thinking adult thoughts and having all this intellectual stuff going on in the strip. That did not happen. The simple legible line art that Peanuts always had did not happen until then. It was completely revolutionary in a whole bunch of ways. But one of the reasons that all of that stuff gets created by, Peanuts is classically a individual creator compared to, say, like Garfield, which was always, Garfield became a property managed by multiple ghost artists and ghost writers and stuff, very intelligently managed. Super Eyepatch Wolf has some wonderful videos on the subject of Garfield, believe me. But Peanuts was a one-person's creation for a daily comic strip for decades on end. And, for better or for worse, whether it was having a great time or whether it was a boring strip for a while. That always happens because the person doing it has some kind of drive behind them. And it's the same deal. I don't know Steve Albini's personal story. If he lived and I got to make friends with him, which I never did, and I never got to meet him, then at some point I might have learned what drives the guy, but that's what happens. And it's the same kind of stuff that drives people into drugs and alcohol and all that kind of stuff, is when enough is twisted and broken with you that it's always a struggle and you're thrashing around trying to do stuff that's worthwhile and measure up to your internal bar of what's going to be acceptable. That's also, I think, what drives it when people like that flip and end up concealing secrets where they're doing stuff that's very unacceptable. I'm reminded of like the giant rap battles that are currently or have recently gone on. The whole Drake versus Kendrick Lamar thing is dragging out as much dirt as humanly possible on some of these people, and I'm completely unsurprised. Like, if either or both of these guys are monsters, I'm completely unsurprised. They're celebrity creators. They're bound to have like incredible, weird, dark drives pushing them to do what they do when it's much easier to just get a normal job, not take all these risks, and not do this kind of stuff. And everybody who ends up being notable doing this kind of thing has that going on. So the reason I'm thinking about that is because I'm shocked that Steve Albini died, and disappointed because I would have loved to have befriended that guy. I am not sure whether that would have made me happy or whether maybe I would have run up against some of the things I sometimes learn about, where it's like, yeah, you love this guy, but he's not actually going to be a good friend to you because the problems will come up. You know, that's fine too. But the reality of that just drives it home. Like, again, five years older than me. I'm also a Gen X. I'm not sure to what extent I look it. I've always looked younger than I am. I do have the gray beard. But, you know, I'm 55. And so I got to think about these things. And a part of me is like, well, I'm going to drink 27 more double espressos and do all of the stuff that I aspire to, like yesterday. And then at the same time, I know perfectly well that's not how that's going to work. That kind of thing is probably what took out Steve. And I have no interest in going that direction. So instead, it is going to be a matter of trying to learn from that experience. And so I'm lifting what is actually a antique teacup. This is also kind of neat because, like I said, this was my grandmother's. I've got a number of things from my grandmother, like a bedside table that was my grandmother's and is made out of real mahogany. I'm not going to turn it into a guitar because I already have a guitar. But stuff like that, which is like the heritage you draw on, and I'm kind of trying to learn how to not simply rebel against the heritage that I got that caused me to abuse drugs and alcohol and stuff and then have to give all that up, but to lay claim to what I've got that I can use and like own and live with what I got that was troublesome. Like, it's a beautiful little teacup. I found it in a box in my basement, and I was like, I'm going to drink my espresso out of this. You can't really see it super well because this is not a close-up, but I mean, this is older than I am, most likely. That's not a machine-printed thing. These are beautifully consistent cups, but they were made by hand. There's 5 of these. I must have broken one of them because I think there started out to be 6. Every single one has this, and every single one of these are hand-painted. It's a lovely little speckle pattern on there too. That is Japanese and or Chinese or whatever. I don't really know the provenance of it. Handmade tea set. I used to have the teapot, and I don't know what the hell happened to it. But I'm glad I still have these. And this is the opposite of like AI in the modern day. This is humans made this. Humans made this, and my grandmother bought it, I don't know how long ago. Long time ago. And I have it. And it's much less likely that I'd ever be able to find something like this again in an era where you could take this little pattern, or at least one instance of this little pattern, and this little design, and like print it in a JPEG and print all of that onto some kind of machine-made cup. But if you look at it real closely, we've got stuff like that top edge, that's also hand-painted somehow. Every little detail about this a human had to do. So there's that aspect of being kind of human created. And I'm fascinated about that now, after decades of increasing homogenization and mechanization of everything, culminating in AI coming along and being able to kind of reprocess all manner of things about human experience and extrude what it thinks. Like, you could make an AI that would be like, give me a pattern that looks kind of vaguely floral, but it also looks like it might be kanji characters or whatever this is, and make 8 variations on this using pretty colors that aren't too garish and blinding and in a harmonious way. And the AI would have an attempt at doing that, but this is an instance of human beings who had been doing that for a long time and making an artifact that you get to keep. So I'm looking to make some artifacts in these live streams and throughout my life, and I'm also looking to teach myself how to kick back and chill. I need to kick back and chill like an entitled boomer or die, which is a trick question because everybody has to do that, including Keith Richards. God, I hope he doesn't freaking die as I'm saying this. That would be so ironic. Including Henry Kissinger, and nobody thought that would. Everybody thought that guy was a vampire or something, a lich. But sure enough, it turned out to be possible. And then turns out, like, Steve Albini, who pushed that hard and was that dissatisfied, that was a guy who would not rest on his laurels, would not be given more than he felt entitled to, and would not let up. And I'm pretty sure that being that is what ended up costing him a sort of old, deteriorating, geriatric old age where he became more and more useless and wasn't able to do anything good. It's like, nope. Firing on all cylinders until the last possible moment and then exploding. That's cool too. I'm not judging. But I have some real questions about, like, whether that's what I would want for myself, because he was 5 years older than me, like I say. So I could have that if I want, although if I was abusing, like, illegal drugs and stuff, I'd have a much easier time of getting there. Like, if I wanted to fire myself up and burn away like a madman, coffee and espresso is really not the most intense way you can do that. You can always go on meth or cocaine or whatever, and plenty of people have done that and died even way earlier. But the whole point being that there's bound to be some kind of good balance. I mean, speaking of dead musicians and artists, and I had mentioned that I wanted to make console X, and so what I'm going to be doing is making this. I may not actually get through making that today, nor will these things be there, because I'm not going to make a, or should I? But that would take longer, but with a bit of luck, I'll have time. I say, or should I? Because I'm like, wait a minute, why wouldn't I make a plugin version of a joystick? That's just like a chaos pad, and there's no special reason I couldn't make a 2-parameter pad where you'd click on the movable device and then move it much like I would the joystick. That would correspond to the, yeah, so maybe I should. Gaspar Pini, hi. So I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I should make a joystick for the plugin, even though it won't look literally like a joystick. But there is no reason whatsoever that I shouldn't have a plugin where you can have an area, you click on the area, and then you move the pointer around. Up or down is boost or cut, and left to right is the frequency setting. And then you let go when it's at its new position. Oh yeah. No, I've already counted the faders. Like I said, I have already demonstrated that if you're going to make a plugin, this is what it's going to take, including the pan and the fader. And the end result sounds like this. That's what you get. Because, yep, I have used that console system. And I'll be putting this track on and I'll be putting this track on with the meter showing so that you can see how well it does the hit record meter thing. But yeah, it all works. I was not wrong as far as what I wanted to do with it. And so that's very exciting. And the next thing is to start doing some of the stuff I need. Regarding making the GUI for being able to bring something like that to life. Now, I've had a number of thoughts around that, and we'll be talking about that. I will go off and make another little cup of espresso with my wonderful new teacup, my wonderful Japanese teacup. I don't think this even has a... like, there is no manufacturer mark on it or anywhere. It's almost like it was being done by some individual artisan who made all of those things. Console X itself will not be available on Consolidated, but I am bringing as many as possible of the internal parts of Console X. Like, I'll fire this back up again and show you. Meaning that I'll have to open this up again so that I can open the plugin. Let me show you what you can have as part of Consolidated. You are going to get the high pass and low pass as a separate plugin. But in Console X channel, both of those are distributed throughout the entire plugin. So, which means you can use the low pass as a anti-aliasing filter. a distributed anti-aliasing filter, but it's on a plugin by plugin level rather than full mix level, so you don't have to do special numbers of inputs and outputs to make it work. It will work standalone as well. And so you'll get high pass and low pass as a separate thing. The high pass and low pass on the channel plugin are set up to do the same thing that an SSL high pass and low pass do, which is go to the same rough frequency amounts. On the bus, they're smoothed and go to full cutoff, meaning you can do low pass from full blast all the way to literal silence, and you can do high pass from full blast to literally supersonic. So on the bus, you get to also use them as isolator filters and automate them for if you want your track to be like in a house music track or something like that. That's built in. You've already got Stonefire. This is Stonefire. What you don't have is Stonefire where the fire and stone channels also go through a full POP 3 with an additional gate. But I will put out a version of Stonefire compressor that has the stone and the fire bands without the air band, which is in parallel, but it'll have the stone and the fire bands going through the compressor section of this without the gate section of this, and that is also less than 11 knobs. So that'll fit within the 10 knobs. You will get, do I have this? Does it exist on here or does it not exist on here yet? Let's find out. Limit OP. Well, how about the AU version? Do I have that? Or is the AU version I have? So you will also have POP 3 is a broadband version of both the compression and the gating in Console 3. So you'll have the compressor, but not as part of Stonefire. And you'll have the compression with also the gating, which hits the same input in parallel, meaning that you can do heavy compression and then also gate it without the gate getting manipulated by the length of the compression. So it's a very good sculpting thing. And you'll have this. This will be in Airwindows Consolidated as well. Let's see what else. Recent effects. You will not have all 4 bands, but you'll have 3 bands of parametric. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a dry wet. I'm trying to remember. So you'll have treble, high mid, and low mid out of Console X, but not bass, because then that immediately becomes 12 knobs and you only get 10. But I've changed the low mid so that the low mid will go down into the bass if you want it. You will get the discontinuity because that's a separate plugin. And you will get the smoothed pan and fader that this has, because that will come out as Console 9 with the same console function in there. I'm thinking of changing the fader so that this is unity gain for the individual channels, because in the mix that I did, I was constantly attenuating everything to down around here, and that doesn't seem right. I should be able to do better than that. So there you have it. That is a picture in which pretty much everything there will come out in some way and will be available unconsolidated. I just have no capacity to have the whole thing come out and fit into consolidated because it's way too many knobs. And that's kind of what we're going to be looking into today with this, because this is my gain plugin, and we need to add some more stuff. We really do. So it's going to become time to start exploring the JUCE code. For instance, look and feel methods here. Igor mentions, I think DAW GUI affects sound. You're likely to do a null test. You do the null test, GUI affects sound. Well, that's an interesting question, because the audio code is exactly this. Well, for my stuff, two observations there, because Igor is talking about, I think Igor was like, either Airwindows Consolidated sounds worse than the standalone plugins, or Airwindows Consolidated sounds better than the standalone plugins. Well, yesterday Paul put in some changes where if you are using a host like Reaper that runs a double precision bus, they're now exactly the same. Before yesterday, not so much. Before yesterday, it was running all of the 32-bit float code because all of Paul's stuff has always incorporated that. That is also, I think, going to be that it could almost not be otherwise in the case for the Rack plugin. I cannot imagine that VCV Rack uses doubles for its bus. It's just doing too much. It's just too demanding. But yeah, logic summing section and all of Reaper is able to use a double precision bus. If you measured through a null test a difference between my standalone plugin and Consolidated in Reaper, re-download Consolidated and try it again. And I don't think you really would have heard a difference in sound, but you could do a null test with that and produce a result that you would then be able to amplify up and listen to. And so it might have been that you did. So that's my answer to you, Igor, is I do believe that... Interesting. Among other things, I do believe that I need to make some examples of this and start fooling with them and figuring out what I must do. Also going to be looking into what this two-thumbed thing is about and how that works. And that's going to be a whole other story. Let me not get too distracted by that also. Let's firstly build this and refresh our memory for what was actually going on there, as I ought to be able to do that. VST3, Airwindows gain. So here's where we've got so far. Here's our controller. It's drawing this. We've got, it's reading the name. On Reaper, it should read the track title. On Reaper, it will read the color. It's updating those things pretty well. Next thing I need to do is bring in some of these other things and manipulate their controls and see what kinds of values I can get out of them. And that's going to involve a little R&D and figuring stuff out. These sliders are working basically okay. There's tiny details, such as the way that this white color is extending a little way beyond the black ellipse this is drawing. Well, the dark color is not, but that's actually good. Let me make sure that it's good. Because the white color represents, oh, also there is something else that I'm really interested in investigating. I want to find out whether you can specify a background texture that it can try to load. Because if so, this will work with a background texture as well. It'll just be a little weird because the texture won't actually rotate with the knob, but it should be able to draw through a texture because these are just being drawn as semi-transparent, meaning you could have a subtle texture, and although it would be a little bit odd, it should still work. Like you should be able to do a brushed aluminum thing or whatever and make that work. Or, you know, the speckled texture on this teacup, you could apply that. And it would be drawn underneath the knobs as if the knobs were just a transparent image, which they are. But it would effectively work, meaning that you could also choose really stupid textures if that amused you and be able to do that. And it would be global. And so I'd love that. That would be hilarious. Also, 53 second warning for running ads, that being something I'm apparently doing. I always think that helps you with YouTube, but I'm not honestly sure whether that's true. I do know that there have been big channels who attempted to run no advertisements or things ever, and they ended up having problems because YouTube took the channel away because they were so aggressively advocating against ads and things. But yeah, the way this is rendered, I'm basically happy with how this is being drawn, even though there are slight irregularities in some of the renderings. That looks enough like knob seen from underneath with a very, very steep angle. Like I can make it much less steep very quickly. Igor, told you so. Go and re-download Consolidated and try that again. I would bet you. Well, actually, that's interesting. Measure the difference between the standalone plugin and Consolidated. Like, if you were legitimately finding that it makes a different sound because the GUI is on, and that can be null tested, and you're doing the null test correctly, which is a very legitimate question. Like, are you really doing that correctly? Because it's running literally the same audio code. Yeah, so I'm basically happy with the rendering of these. Now I need to make additional knobs for the linear faders, and I also need to make a knob for the joystick control that will be sort of a two-dimensional pad, because on reflection I see no reason that I shouldn't do that. Like, you shouldn't just have this. We should have a little square, and then you click on this doohickey, and rather than rotating around in a circle like this, it just follows where you click. It's the same rendering. Like, we'll give you a close-up here. We can make this be the same rendering as this, including the little chamfered edge, which I enjoy. But you should be able to move it around inside a square space rendered basically exactly this way. And then that manipulates two controls. And the placement of it in the square, instead of it being a circle, is the value, and it matches this perfectly, much like the horizontal and vertical sliders should be a much smaller thing with exactly this same center part, and match that perfectly up to and including the size, because the size is all very relative. The size changes as we resize things. But that's the goal. That is the goal, is to get some of that going. And it's a fair question as to whether I'm going to get any of it working today. We'll see. But that's the target. So first order of business, let's see whether we can bring in a draw linear slider. I believe I'm going to find that stuff in, so the Airwindows look and feel style overrides the slider style, but I can just tell it to do this. And we're going to keep the text box styles always need to be false, always need to be no text box, because what I'm doing here has to adapt to the wild variety of colors and textures that users will be able to apply globally. And so I don't get to use JUCE's text box. I have to shut them off. So let's try this for the gain knob, shall we? Knob A. So we've made one change, at which point that should be rendering me a completely normal JUCE-based slider, which I'll then override, copy, and start modifying. And what that looks like is this. We have our thumb overridden so that it looks literally, and it still functions, like there is it at that setting, and here is it at the other setting. It's flipping these knobs. It's apparently in the middle. This is the one where I have it being placed in the middle, and this is the full extent of the space in which it exists. So what I need to do is override this slider and also the vertical slider. I'll show you what that looks like as well. If I chose the vertical slider with it in exactly the same place, it's going to look like this. Lilium, knobs act as faders with the mouse. Yeah, I can do that as well. The extent to which I want to is another story. That's a question I think I'm going to want to answer before this actually comes out. And as you see, there is a pile of stuff that I must do before this is ready to come out. But, you know, if I chill and don't try to push too hard, I'll get there. And here is a vertical slider. And again, this is causing the thumb color to be the same as here because these also are drawing the thumb color as the same as we see here. All of this is also overridable, so technically what I could do is pick a color and then the thumb would be drawn in that color. It just wouldn't. Well, now you got me wondering. Give me a second. Also, I hope you like hearing a little bit of the Taming the Zoxid there that was mixed through Console X, because I'm going to make a point today of breaking for like the full 10 minutes that I use on my little hourglass that I use for timer, and intentionally violating like the Steve Albini rules for life of pushing so hard on all of the things. Now let me see for a second where it is that I override the host track color. Here's a place that I do it, but where am I overriding the thumb colors? Like with this, I'm just continually overriding that. Resized would be where I override the thumb color. So JUCE slider, thumb color ID, Airwindows. So I think I have personalized colors in some of these things. And let's see, this is gain first, and that's the one I'm making a horizontal channel. Hey, JUCE here, well, thank you. Here's resized. We're not actually doing gain first, but what we can do is cut off knob set color. Just like this. But we're setting the slider of thumb color ID for this one knob to something else. So what can that be? That can be one of the default colors, like green or something, or red. So let's go and find that then. JUCE color is gray. Okay, instead we're going to call that JUCE Lures. So the thing I was telling you about, what I'm going to try to show here, and this whole process is me talking my way through all of this kind of stuff. Ooh, yeah. Pretty sure in consolidated at this point. I can test that out momentarily in the process of doing this, in fact. I don't know if mine will, but it's addable. That's something that I could indeed add. And I think it's natural to JUCE. But yeah. So having made that change, the thumb color on one of these will have now changed to red. And this is me with the scroll wheel, so that works. And if we set this to the center, it will make these knobs. So here's the problem with using a thumb color for my knobs. It's drawing it as a transparency, and what that means is it's not drawing this central part. Mind you, I could add that. I'm just not sure that I need or want to. But I mean, it's a fair point, because that's the thing, is if I did draw a spot there, I would be able to recolor all of these things. And let me just make this control even bigger. And specify a color that is going to override the background color, because everything else changes with the background color. This does not. So I would be able to color code all of the knobs individually by just making their thumbs have a color, but also be shaded and colored in the way that this is. And that's an interesting thought. That really is. I think I would want to draw that first. So maybe that is a good thing to start with. Hey Nick, I'm working on GUI stuff again. That's basically the bottom line. Like here's Airwindows UI, and my ability to explain exactly what's going on here is going to be limited. First order of business is I have to understand what it is first. And that's not always true. So there's your first problem. And second order of business is it's really hard for me to tell what parts that I'm doing are advanced or what parts are just basically like go to programmer school and it's the first thing you learn. I'm not good at understanding that stuff. So we will do our level best with what we've got. So here's the first thing. I would like to draw a circle in the thumb color rather than just only the gradient colors or whatever. Like here's our gradients, here's our thumb color ID, here's the thing that we're drawing, and we're drawing these little circles. Somewhere, draw ellipse. I wonder if you can fill ellipse. That would do the job. That would super do the job. We've got some of our information here already. When I'm coughing, it's because the winter is still kind of clinging to me a little bit. So instead of ellipse, okay, here's 2, elliptical stroke, that's not the thing I'm looking for, is it? So another thing that could happen is they could be looking for me to do fill ellipse. Aha, hello, that would follow the same rules unless it doesn't. It's always possible that it doesn't. And it uses the same instructions. So this is me trying to delete that and go back to this. Here's our first problem. Fill ellipse is not able to use this, and I bet I know why. Let's see if I can look at this. So draw ellipse is calling inset bevel W times 0.5 F. With fill ellipse, I could call inset, but it doesn't need bevel W times 0.5 F because it already knows that it's going to do just a solid fill. So what I need to do in order to make that work, oh God, how about you not do that? Thank you. Is just straight up call inset. We have a gradient fill. We might not want this exact thing, but I can comment out draw ellipse, and then we can see what this does. That's more or less my method for finding my way through all this kind of stuff, is do a change that seems to make sense, see what it does, see whether it did something rational or whether it's just weird and broken. Here's what we've got so far. We're able to draw an ellipse that is largely contained within, I've moved it out of the screen, sorry. Largely contained within there. That would absolutely work as being drawn under the other thing. It's kind of replacing part of the other thing. And if we make it flat and resize it a little bit, we can see what else this is doing. So here's what we've got now, is it's drawing that ellipse. It's a little smaller than the area that I would be really interested in. And now we don't have as much of the surrounding stuff as we previously had. And the reason for that is because it is going inside this area, similarly to this one down here, where there is a blank spot in the middle where it's drawing its thing. And then these darkenings and lightenings of this color are just transparencies being drawn using this ellipse, but as a circle with a thickness, a width thickness of the line, and then there's a gradient. So what we're seeing here is basically that within these lines and shadings and things, it's this diagonal gradient from dark to light. Now I don't need that for the ellipse that I'm trying to draw. And in fact, that'll do the job of coloring that missing center gap. And then if we change the size again by angling it differently, it's still doing a pretty good job of sitting in the right place. That said, I'm a little concerned that the red color is not going out to the edge of this point. And I'm not sure why that is or isn't. Oh, I bet I know why though. I think it drew out to the edge of that point before, because the part that I commented out is a line that's being drawn using this gradient red color, and that line has thickness and the ellipse does not. So it's like the shading that I've got is also slightly ruined as a result of the change that I made. So here's what I gotta do to make that be fixed. Firstly, if I put draw ellipse back on, that's going to be fixed. This is now drawing an ellipse as well as filling the ellipse, and so the whole thing is going to be filled in, including the width of the line. And that's going to look like this. Oh, got to resize it to make it much bigger. There we go. Now we have a pretty darn perfect colored thumb. And I'm happy with the looks of that. I'm happy with being able to do that in multiple colors anytime I need to. The sort of edge there looks enough like it's catching the light even when scaled up to large size. Good enough. Same with being tilted the other direction. I'm going to call that close enough to perfect that I can live with it. That said, it is possible that maybe what I should do, rather than allow like the edges here, I should be drawing it using the circle that's being done in black. So let's try that. It's drawing black first using square line W. So in order to do this over again, but draw the background color in first, let's copy this over. Let's put it right at the beginning before even, we do have to generate square, which we've done. But then let's put this in the start and follow with, we have to do this to get the color, so there's that. Set color and slider find color is how I will produce that. So there, that's how we get that color. And then we have to make that go away. Now if we keep this, we're drawing this line in red and then drawing this line again in black. But what this is really about is filling in this area. Lines have a set thickness, even when they are fine little lines, like with line W. And line W is not a preset thickness. I generate that. because that gets smaller as the window gets tinier, and as the window gets enormously huge, it's like a cube, it's like a square root of some other thing. Bevel is one size, and then the line W is another size, and it sort of builds all of it, like it's also building some of its text out of the width of line W. So here's where we straight up just replace this with this. This stops being here and starts being here instead. And instead of using inset, which might not even exist at this point, no, it hasn't been created yet. We're just filling the ellipse of the overall size of the thumb. And the reason I'm doing all of this now is because I'm going to be copying a bunch of this over to generate other thumbs for other kinds of knobs. So I'm going to want to use this as it exists and do my best with it. I might even scrunch it into a block of code so that I can physically see where this is the kind of stuff that makes other programmers mad, but I might scrunch this into a block of code where I can physically see how big that section is that does my thumb drawing. Anyways, that said, this should build. I would be shocked if it didn't. And then as I do that, boom. How'd you like them apples? Let me drag this right over. How's that? It will probably still scrunch a little bit under some circumstances. I've got a few little artifacts that seem to be like JUCE stumbling over something. But that is a beautifully clean rendering of exactly the thumb area with a custom color. And it will handle all of the different reshapings. And I can specify whatever color I want for any of these. Or indeed, I might even be able to dynamically specify it. That would be rather amusing. Because there's things I could do with this. You know that, like, being Chris from Airwindows and all of that, being able to do stuff like this, there's no reason you couldn't have a knob where if your like threshold level or gain level or something, if you hit clipping, you could have the knob's thumb flash to indicate which control you would have to turn down. That is possible. I'm just not sure how well it would work, and so maybe that is a time to investigate what we can make happen here, because we've got this drawing now. This is now done. Don't need to dig into this any further. In fact, I'm going to start consolidating it into a single clunk of stuff. What on earth is going on there? Let's see if you still build. I just hit something and it did something, and I'm not really sure what that was. Okay. Yeah, we are apparently, that's a weird thing for Xcode to do, but okay. I thought I had it where Xcode was going to just do a scroll bar across the bottom, but no. Xcode is wrapping. That feels weird. I'm not sure if I like that. It seems to be doing a fairly intelligent job of it, but I still don't like it one bit. So let's just expand the window outwards further so that I can know what's going on there. And we're going to start to consolidate some of this stuff into a smaller and tidier space. It's a little bit like obfuscating, but I'm not really doing it for the reason of obfuscating. The reason I'm doing it is because I'm going to need to use this chunk as a piece of code that goes to all different kinds of places. A lot of this stuff is going to work that way. So I'm kind of consolidating it into visual areas that might have multiple statements, like there's an if statement on the end here, and it's going to kind of do that thing, but I want to consolidate it into physical spaces where it's like, this is the part that does the thumb, this is the part that draws the text, so on and so forth. Hi, Jonathan. Bear in mind with the talking heads, if you're talking about keyboards, you're probably talking, oh God, what's his name? It's another one of the people who have sadly left us, but a Bernie Worrell, a Parliament Funkadelic keyboard player. So no, that's not the console MCI resonance effect. What you're hearing is very likely a synth. What you're hearing is perhaps a ARP Odyssey or something. Depends. Is it polyphonic or monophonic? But that's Bernie Worrell, so it's probably a synth doing that. That's probably not going to be the console doing that. If I'm wrong, I stand corrected. That's just what I think. So let's see. Let's consolidate some more things. We got a whole bunch of places where we're doing a gradient. I'm going to take all of my statements for gradients and have all the statements which I now shouldn't need to do anything more to. And if I need to, I can just bust it out into individual statements again. But I can consolidate this into more visibly identifiable areas this way. Because what I'm going to need to do is have whole other, like I'm going to need to have a draw rotor, horizontal or draw linear slider. And then it's going to take stuff in like, is it horizontal? Is it vertical? And that will depend upon how I go about doing it. And it will end up with me needing to draw all of this stuff in entirely new ways, but keeping the thumb colors consistent. Especially if it turns out that I can animate the thumb colors to give visual feedback. Because I don't know if anybody's doing that. And with a really big, complicated rig, like, for instance, Console X, it could be handy to have some of those things, like blinking as they actuate. Like, if the compression is engaged, it might be useful to have the threshold knob flash as the compression kicks in, because then you would see as well as hear where it takes effect. I'm going to consolidate some of this stuff as well. So what we're doing here in these lines is basically, this is setting up to do a thing, right? It's probably one of the shadings of the knob. We'll see. But it's starting out as being a thing. Like, we start with setting up all of these things. And I can do the same thing I was talking about, like the stack of things relating to bounds. can be in one line, just so that it's like, here we create the variable bounds, and then immediately do these things to it, which is what differentiates it from text bounds, which we had from up here. And then we immediately move on to creating scale height from tilt, which is up here. And basically just so on and so forth. Like, that's how these things get done. So let me continue with those things just so that I can move on and hopefully make more sense of it. We'll see. I'll either be able to make sense of it or I will not. We'll see. I'm going to leave gsetGradientFillCG on its own line rather than putting it on this line, because this line is entirely... I mean, I could add this. This could be part of this line, because this is all make a color gradient, and these are all the things it does. That said, it takes up so much space that I'm not sure I want it to all be one line. That would be... It's crazy, but is it the right kind of crazy? Here's 2 modifications to inset. So those will sit in the same place. Because again, this is kind of all stuff that I consider to be basically finished. Like, this little chunk, I'd like to not adjust this because it's working, and hopefully it will be fine going forward. Here's another area where I can consolidate some of this stuff and have it not take up as much visual space as I try to figure out further things. Is radio true? Sure enough, there we go. And like I said, I can always bust those back out again if I need access to them. But I really want to just make this stuff mush together so that it's in blocks of particular kinds of behavior. A block of draw this line to shade the thing. Draw this other line to shade the other thing. Here's a section where we draw the text. And so we feed in this various stuff, and we feed in text bounds, for instance. And then this is how we draw it, because I'm going to need to copy that over to other stuff as well. I am going to need to copy that over to other stuff as well. So let's keep going. There's a single line between all these things. I might very well put in further descriptions of stuff. This is a fine place to be doing like comments, even simply for me to be able to reference. But my first order of business is to make it so that it is in logical chunks that I understand. And that's how this is going. Because all this is going to get duplicated around. There is a programming principle that I don't adhere to called don't repeat yourself, DRY. And the whole purpose of that is people think that you should be able to boil a bunch of these things down into their own little algorithms, their own little processes that you give names and you put elsewhere in the file, so that you make a whole process going, draw the text. And then rather than repeating this stuff over and over again, like look at how much text there is there, you just call the draw the text method and pass in whatever you need to, and then it does all of the stuff, and then you just say draw the text everywhere you need to do that. Now, whether or not that is actually more efficient for modern processors is another question. I tend to feel like maybe not so much. That's what makes web browsers run so slowly on incredibly modern processors that are really so fast. They should be flying, but they're not, because it's all like that. The other advantage of it is that it's always the same thing that you defined. when you draw the text, rather than remembering to update each particular thing specially. But it also means that if you have tiny changes in everything, you have to pass all those in for calling the method, and that gets extremely messy and busy as well. So I spare myself that while doing it this way. So let's see, what else have we got here? We're going to lump those two changes together because this is all working stuff. These are my shadings, and this is my final outline. So with that, for one, let's save this and make sure it still builds. And I am going to take a slight mid-morning break because it's morning, so it's a fair question as to whether I should be going. It's still morning, so I can drink all the espresso that I want. That's not technically true, because that kind of thing is why Steve Albini likely died. But it is still morning, and I still can make another cup of espresso without going too bonkers with it all. And the other side of that is I can take my nose away from this grindstone and take a walk away from the keyboard for a minute and breathe, and that's also helpful behavior. And if I do that, I could put on Taming the Zoxin as interstitial music, at which point you'll be able to hear Console X work for the first time. And I'd like that. So that's what we're going to do. I'm probably not going to take a huge amount of time over this, but I am absolutely going to, and I can still see chat. Most recent comment is from Jonathan. We're getting on towards mid-morning, which is often not a very dense time for video watching for people. And I can put on the meter, and this is going to be amusing to you, the fact how this is working. My meter resizes differently now than it used to. I've got it set up so it sort of expands out laterally rather than stretching. The overall Airwindows meter now does not shrink and expand. Instead, it just draws quite linearly. So anybody who was able to build this, you might want to try building it again and see how that works for you. But I will be back having grabbed a snack and having grabbed another cup of espresso. And we will continue doing all of the audio work. But up to that point, I'm going to set this to SWB audio capture so you get a direct feed of the mix I did yesterday off stream, Taming the Zoxin on Console X. And I'll catch up with you sort of in the middle of there because it's less than 10 minutes, I think. If not, I'll just keep it playing. Yeah, it's 18 minutes, so I'll play about half of it. Catch up with you in a bit. Again, this is a Console X mix. You will get this. It's coming. Yes, this is. This is the Console X version, indeed. That is exactly the point. So, yep, and I do think that it sounds cleaner than the past one. The funny thing about it is the past ones are actually technically very clean. I'm just able to project the intensity of the tones better with Console X. And I'm sure I will do many videos explaining how I'm doing it and all of that kind of stuff. But yep, this is why I'm doing what I am doing and how. Also, I think I may have jumped to conclusions. Not impossible that you heard a really tight MCI console boost being applied to keyboards. I assumed that if it was a tight synthesizer boost, especially if it was monophonic, then that would have been actually the synth. But it's not impossible that you called it, and I got it wrong. And it was, in fact, the MCI console doing that thing. It's very difficult to tell now because it's going to be kind of hard asking people at this point. Like, what exactly did that sound? It's also an interesting point that there's still going to be a place for me continuing to explore things like, further work on console MC and so on, because console X might sound cleaner, but there are some choices in there where I would be able to expand upon what console MC does and so on. Like console X's SSL style boosts, the mid boosts and things. SSL style mid boosts means like proportional width, meaning that it is not the same thing as the very simple circuit in the MCI, which is going to act more like a resonant peak rather than a full-on parametric boost made to behave in certain ways. So yeah, there may still be a place for the lettered versions of console that aren't X. Anyways, I have seen something that I would now like to do. Stack this final set of commands up in a line, because that's the final outside line. And now that's a little bit more manageable as far as the size of things, but it needs more commentary. And that is also a very similar scenario, so I'm going to consolidate this too. Sometimes things can be followed up with set color black and draw a final ellipse, and that is the dark line around everything. So now I need some decent comments. Igor and Jonathan, be sure to be nice to each other as you argue, but on top of that, I have an observation that may be relevant. Igor, it is possible that your digital to analog converter is being affected by jitter. When you say GUIs can affect sound, the easiest way for that to happen, and I would not be experiencing it in my own setup, is if you are using a computer where it's internally converting it to analog, or something inside it is converting to analog, in such a way that the timing of the converter chip, the timing of your digital to analog converter that you are listening to, is being affected by calculation. That's not supposed to be able to happen. Furthermore, if it's happening, the end listener will not hear it. As soon as you save it to a file, like here's what will happen. So if that's going on, and that is somewhat fussy regarding people might deny you even hear it. If that is happening, and when you turn on the GUIs, it hurts the sound, and so you turn them off, know this: digital is weird that way. If you are harming the performance of your DAC because you're asking more of the computer, you're running the computer harder because it's doing GUI, maybe you don't have a very modern computer, maybe it's a bit of a potato, and assuming it's able to do all the calculations and you're not actually getting dropouts or whatever. If the GUI is harming the sound because it is enabled, and then you export to a file when you play that file back, that should be able to neutralize the problem to the point that it will sound good again if you listen to it on something with a better DAC or while using your DAC less aggressively. Also, I would point out, Igor, that my stuff dithers. Anything that I'm doing that has dither cannot null test perfectly from 2 runs. So if it is that is showing up, you may have to be turning the volume up an enormous amount to get your null tests to show anything. Anything that I'm doing that uses dither, which is anything in 32-bit, and Console X is likely to do that in double precision even, because I'm going to do summing on long double. Anything doing that uses a dither in any way should not be exactly the same 2 times twice, and so can never possibly fully and utterly and completely null. Also, notice in some of my other code, and I'll bring some up, pretty much all of my code. Pay attention to this because it matters. Let's look at Creature, for instance. Here's the code for Creature. And here's all of my usual stuff. And look at this line of code here. That line of code says if Fab's input sample is less than 118 with 23 decimal places, add the noise that I generate times 1.18 17 decimal places. And the reason that is the way that it is, and I've been called on this before, and they made a mistake in getting into me with that. That was arrived at through measuring the way stuff returns to utter silence through a fade at that denormalization threshold, because that's a denormalization thing, but it's a denormalization thing that kicks in slightly before real denormalization would happen, and then applies a noise that is larger than you would normally apply if it was only denormalization you were doing. And what that does is it makes the fade through into a imperceptible background noise, and we're talking like quieter than any normal analog device, without sputtering or altering the sound in any way. That's why the numbers are different. That's why it's not E minus 23 twice. That's going to affect your null tests too. The null tests are not even the dithering to floating point amount. The null tests are going to reveal that I put in there. And so that may have an effect. I would be very interested to know what kinds of result you get when doing these null tests. Like, are you in fact getting simply noise? If you're not getting only noise, what are you getting that when you enable the GUI and get a different effect, is it simply because of the randomness of that thing that I know that I put in there? Are you getting a noise floor, or are you getting something else that maybe has like stuff coming in that sounds like it's part of the GUI doing something? And these are important questions. But the bottom line is, I should be able to make it possible that nothing that happens in the GUI should actually hurt. It should not be affecting the sound in any way, to the point where if you're doing the null test, it's showing something else other than it's hurting the sound. Hey, Game Boise. I don't know. What kinds of plugins do Reason Studio use? I can give you a VST3. I can give you old VST2s and audio units and new audio units. Might already be trying on Airwindows Consolidated. If you have tried it and it didn't work, re-download it and try it again, because during the last week, Paul has been updating like crazy. We had a sort of idea that it's possible that at Thursday he would be done. And we might have arrived at that. We might have done so many things. Consolidated is not on Rack, no. You could almost say that Rack is on Consolidated, because what you can do is download Consolidated, and it's based off of what started out as being the Rack work. But then Rack is now inheriting everything that's being done in the Consolidated, and it's running off the same build process. I'm working on some plugins that Consolidated would not have, but PathNutty 1 had too many knobs, so I especially made PathNutty 2 just to fit, and so that's why the PathNutty 2 exists, is so that I could fit it within firstly Rack and then Consolidated. And I think something like C-Strip or whatever had too many knobs, and so I had to cut that down as well. And yeah. And Dash Glitch, thanks. You're fielding that very well for me. Yes, you have to select in the menu, show all plugins. Igor, that's really interesting. You should not be getting distorted music and not just noise. You should be getting noise or nothing. So I wonder what you're doing. I would need to know a little bit more about your process. I'll be here until 5, so if you want to pursue this a little further, I'm happy to continue talking about it. Because under no circumstances should you be getting a null... Like, I'm assuming what you say is you're getting distorted music through using the GUI. And that absolutely should not be happening. Although, if your timing is off, that might produce that. Or if you're using something that is not consistent, like what plugin you're using matters. Some of the plugins have something going on inside them that will not render exactly the same on multiple passes, meaning that it would not null test with itself if you passed it like twice, with or without GUI. Speaking of GUI, let me continue moving on this while also keeping a half an eye on the chat and what's going on there. So basic. Not out controls, our controls. Now let's see where we're getting so far. Square is our biggest size. 2 angle has an effect on things as well, but we're not dealing with that just yet. So what we're going to do is squish that together a little bit. And now we are going to, let's see. Looks like we're drawing the main knob first. And we're drawing 3 shadings. So technically, this is all one piece. So I can pull it together until it's drawn as all in one piece. Because this is our knob, this is the outside of the knob. Consolidated shouldn't be doing anything that the native plugin isn't doing because it's based on VST, and VST starts out as all the controls are 0 to 1. They can't do anything else. If anybody can help Game Boy Z find how to enable the GUI on a VST3, that would be the problem. Editing the controls using automation, maybe not as good as being able to actually see what it's meant to see. In other words, if this plugin is not showing its GUI, which is the whole point of the plugin, in Reason, then Paul has some work to do on that, assuming, of course, that it works in Reason at all. It's possible that Reason is just not available to either audio units or VST3s. We shall see. So further comment, that's the text drawing section, and then we have the thumb drawing section, which I believe is right here, and that concludes the drawing of the rotary slider. Having done that, it should become possible to do other kinds of sliders. So some of the things I want to try out are different. In particular, I want to see what I can get out of that dual thumb thing, because a dual thumb knob would also be the way to return the trackpad kind of thing that I'm looking to do. There's further things I need to try here too. This is just a start. I have thought of a possible objection, which is I might only be able to update the thumb color when the window is resized, so that's going to need some experimentation. That said, I believe I've got the Airwindows meter coming in, and that proves that we can update stuff on the fly, and it's not just waiting for a resize. So the question is, to what extent do we need to redraw the knob rapidly and constantly in order to do that? So and this whole bit, which you may or may not be able to see, let's scroll up like that. So that whole bit is the part that would need to be repeatedly called. The whole thing kind of makes me wonder, and I'll have to talk to Sudara about this, because I don't know how to specify which bits of the things are being redrawn and which are not. Like, part of the reason I have my meters working the way that they do is, in theory, they only need to update a tiny little sliver of interface at any given moment, unless you're resizing everything, in which case it has to redraw constantly. But what I don't know is whether I'm redrawing everything every frame. If so, it's doing a pretty good job of handling it. Like it's doing that nicely, but it shouldn't have to do as much. And that means if I can optimize it in a way that it cares about, because again, JUCE caches all kinds of things. It'll draw a picture of that knob and then just remember it, so it does not actually have to run through the code that you see on the screen constantly. That's one of the reasons why I can make this code be cool and interesting and not worry about it becoming too tiring to the computer, is that it's not having to constantly go through all of this every frame. It's caching a lot of its stuff. So here's the next question on my mind. Now that we've got all of this stuff going on, I do have like data and all of that going on. That means I can get a hold of some of this information as well. For instance, data A count. And this is counting through the entire array every time we hit paint, which I don't think is what we really want. What we actually want is to update the thing on data position. But what we want to do here is see if we can make this dynamically change. And in doing that, we don't actually want to do it unresized. So there's one other thing I can do here. Now that we know that works, because the whole dynamic flashing knobs thing is all very well, but okay, it's update track properties, idle, sending values. This could be interesting. So if meter gets increment, what if something else gets updated as well? So for doing this, that means we have access to these. That might mean I could tell one of these to repaint. I feel like you should be able to also use Airwindows Consolidated as other people experience it, but whatever you like, man. I should be able to send the command paint to any of these controls. So where it says meter, we've also got access to these other things. So let's use cutoff knob and see what we can tell that to do. Clearly we can set new values and things. I don't see paint yet, but maybe I'm not done. P, boom. Okay. So the question becomes, if I call paint, or do I even want to do that? Got a whole bunch of stuff going on in here. Update text is not going to matter. Value changed. Because what we're looking for here, is a way of updating the knob that we're thinking about. It says code will never be executed. Oh, yeah, that's because it's after break. Just a moment. I see something that I could be amending. And it's not letting me drag, but please let me drag. There we go. Boom. All right, so dash, that's literally what I'm doing. I'm doing the same thing you're talking about, man. I just know how to hack shit to make it work. When it does, sometimes it doesn't. When you see this start doing cool new things, then that's basically the answer is, I'm just hacking shit to make it work, man. So what we have now got is it is hitting increment, which is every RMS level, and it is sending cutoff knob value changed. We should be able to run this and nothing will happen, because it's not doing anything with it. Remains to be seen if that is true or not. So if we can run gain, yeah, we've told that meter to be red instead. We can update it. We can resize. So what is happening is we are running this stuff, and by virtue of the way this works, every time it is sending an update to the meter, it is also sending an update to cutoff. And it is telling cutoff, the knob has been moved, but it really hasn't. But what JUCE knows is anytime you actually move that knob, you got to do something with it. And I might be able to show what's happening, because we have the melatonin inspector. That's a thing where it may or may not be able to document some of this. Signs point to it's not actually showing the parts that are, inspect the UI? What do we got here? Oh yeah, that's the melatonin inspector turning it on. So I'm not actually getting anything. Oh, hang on. Okay, that's just an FPS meter. And the FPS seems quite satisfactory. And there's something here, but this might just be a web page or something. I don't know. I can't tell what it is, so I ain't clicking on it. I'm looking into some of this stuff. The things that are saying what they're saying. We've got a cache to image, and that's the kind of question I'm asking about. But yeah, all that's happening is I don't have my answers right at the moment. And that is because I am probably making it repaint the meter very, very constantly, although I don't want it to repaint faster than like either the screen rate or the rate of updating. Like if we play this again, we see that it is moving. So the speed at which that is going can count as a sort of flickering. It's containing measurement values, namely peak and RMS, and that's feeding that to the meter. In theory, I can also feed those to the color of the cutoff, which would mean I could do all kinds of cool stuff with that, and it would adapt itself to, for instance, whether they're tilted or not. It'll all work with all of this kind of stuff. All it needs to do is be able to send a varying value to the thumb color parameter and then update it, making this redraw every time. It's probably going to have to draw the text. It's probably going to have to draw everything, but it wouldn't have to draw the whole entire window, just that one control, which might make other things have to redraw too. But that's, Sodaro was talking about that in some of his work, a blog post that he made. So let's see now. We've got this coming in, an increment in this context works pretty well as so we have access to all of these knobs and meters and controls from here, but we also have access to the information inside. Hang on, though. We may have access to the things we need, or maybe not. Okay, so if we have access to meter, we have access to some of the stuff inside meter. So here's a case statement. This is the place in which we are doing this work. This is a context in which this stuff is done. That means we could do a whole little program inside here, and it will only run the stuff inside here every now and then. It'll only run the stuff that's inside here every time the RMS meter fills up and executes a new chunk of audio. That's pretty much how that works. So this is built in, going to prevent the audio thread of the plugin from flooding the GUI thread with trying to like update a control in the GUI 44,000 times per second. It simply won't happen. That is important. And so we're going to see whether we can do some stuff in here. So what do we have available which lives inside meter? Again, meter's here. That would be of some use. So let's use just randomly, let's just use peak L or something. Or data A or data B. Count is this, but we are going to want data points. So if we can get access to this bit here, and we don't need double precision for this stuff because it's not going to be as fussy. What do we call it? what are we going to call? We've also got meter data points, data position. That might or might not be the right thing. We'll find out. Got to go back over here to do anything with it. There. So if we have this, now we have a number called flashy light. It should be tracking. Oh, it cannot jump from switch statement to case label? What's going on with you then? I don't know what I just did to change that. I feel like it shouldn't be doing that thing. Something happened that was wrong. Maybe I need to... Can you... No, we've got multiple statements here. That part's fine. Are you any happier doing this? Like if I move this over here, does that make you feel better? Why can you not jump from switch statement to this case label? It seems like I didn't change enough. Are we maybe not able to define variables inside us? Let's find out. So if we don't make this, okay. So apparently it's a bad idea to try to instantiate variables inside a case statement because it's not really that kind of C mechanism where you can run a whole new program inside there. That's probably fine. The only reason I'm doing float flashy light is because it would make things a little bit simpler, but the rest of that was working fine. So, bear with me. We'll get there. The part that needs to be updated is cutoff color. So it would be kind of like this. And then go a little farther. We have to do cutoff knob value changed. And then if we do cutoff knob set color, so if it's able to do this, then it's resetting the color and redrawing that every time we hit. So, and we don't have meter data position in here. But if it's able to do this, then that will come in as red, and we're going to find out right now. In fact, let's rebuild it over again, but pick a different color for it. The only way any of these knobs can ever show up with the green thumb, and grow plants apparently, is if this part works. And if it does, that'll be shown with a green thumb. We have not yet played anything, and so you'll notice this control is not green, but, and we can apparently resize, because we haven't played anything. So that new RMS thing has never showed up. If I hit play and this turns green, that means that the thing will work. Boom, got there. So that has been demonstrated. We start out with a default setting. The question is, does this animate? Can we make it so that it basically flashes with our RMS value? And what will that look like if it does? So let's wander over to Airwindows UI again and jump down to the bottom here. And fool with drawing a gray color that is similar to what we're using. So what's that going to mean? Well, a lot of these we're generating from stuff. So data A, data B, and stuff. This is basically generating it from stuff. It's not perfect. This is not going to be perfect. But we can use a piece like this. Then we can take that and work with some of the data that we have available to us over here. So we don't have these values, but we have this value. They're just not doing anything at the moment. So now that is too few arguments to function call. What's going on with you there? What's going on with you there? I don't understand this part. Why would that be doing this? I'm confused again. Cut off. What am I missing? This is what I'm missing. So thumb color, this is the part that I'm missing. No worries, we got there. I replaced a little bit too much when I edited that stuff out. So the color we're going to add is this color, but there's something that sits in front of that, and that is which part of the cutoff knob we're setting a color, and this is the part of the cutoff knob that we must set. And now it should be happy. The question is from float RGBA, huh? So what should be happening here is we're reading meter data A and meter data B. And that's the red and the green part of it. These are RMS values, and they should be running about 0 to something. I could bump it over to data C and data D, which will probably give me peak values. That might be a little bit more flashy, but we might just see what it does. Because if I'm not mistaken, this might be the key to getting color thumb sliders that are also blinking lights. And everybody loves blinking lights, right? So here we are with this stuff again. Here we are with a lovely knob. And then when we hit play, well, it started out as black. Are we getting any color updates here or not? Interesting. I'm moving it dynamically, but it's not showing me anything. I'm going to let it cycle through, see if we start getting anything new. Now we're doing something. So that was interesting. When our array was not full of stuff, it was dead. Only when, and see how it's persistent, only once we had cycled through the array once did it start giving us anything usable. This suggests that this information that it's responding to, because it is responding, it's not actually the information I'm looking for. So let's further explore that. Can I do meter data position -1 without it breaking? One way to find out. It's also possible to override that as well in order to give a better, I'm not writing to this, I'm just reading it. So it's possible that even if this is a crazy broken value, it'll survive. Or at worst, like flash brightly every now and then. Let's return to just data A for the, or no, even better. It's RGB, right? So let's make it flash in red. Now it only flashes in red. And we might even be able to... Oh, no, wait. Let's just straight up jump over to data C. That is our peak information, I believe. All of these values are being multiplied by 200 to fit into the meter. So that should be basically a 0 to 1 if everything is working correctly. So if data position -1 is the right thing to look at for this, that means it will engage and start flashing the first time through rather than waiting until the entire meter has cycled through once already and only then does it start giving me something. Because I might be looking at just before stuff is applied. And by stuff, I mean the value that it's trying to use. It's also possible to just load information into there, but I'm wondering whether there's a better way. So we hit play. Lovely. Animated knob.
Do you want to take unto the air? Did you want your very soul to fly? All our fancies
That is applying the red color that is coming from that peak value, and that peak value is very loud because this is an old version of Rise that I mixed. And yeah, hi Sumitha from, that was like 10 minutes ago that you showed up. I'm working on a thing, I'm busy, so there's that. Igor says asterisk silence. What does that mean? I don't understand. This also establishes that I can set up special custom variables in meter and use them that way. I did not yet check to see what happens if meters wrapped around. If I'm referring to a garbage value. That is not something I've checked yet. So I do wonder a little bit about that. And finally, one of the things that happens here is that this is subject to if you turn these things into indicator lights, when nothing is happening, they will show up as stark raving black. And that's the only way that I have to, unless I interpolate the color between this and something else. This is not happening often enough to really worry about that. Also, I'm willing to bet if I comment this out, it will no longer work. Let's test that assumption. That is the wrong assumption. That is a flashing light. Interesting. I wouldn't have called that one. It's worth considering that although JUCE should act consistently across all of the various platforms this way, yeah, okay, I don't know what your comment was, Igor, but rock on. I've just established that I don't need to do value changed here. Setting color is enough to update that part. That's not always going to be the same, but it is appreciated. And when I say that's not always going to be the same, but it's appreciated, what I mean is I can just do that here, and it's updating it nicely, and I don't have to do anything other than update the color, and it is flagging the entire knob as needing a repainting. So I feel like it is not impossible that you could tell JUCE update this color and it wouldn't assume that everything needed repainting. But it is very clear that when you just simply update the color, it does repaint the thing. That is the only line of code that I've added to increment. And having done it, I've demonstrated that that works. So that is a red blinking meter in the color of, and anything else we do here will actually, let me run another thing as well before closing this. I'm quite pleased that we got here. This feels like a big breakthrough as far as being able to do something cool. It really does. But I'm also kind of interested in finding out, oh, Igor, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sometimes that's just the way of it. Okay. Aha. I thought it could have an effect on the playback sound, and that is something that you could possibly be hearing it. The null test is not the same as the way you're listening. Let's quickly run this for a moment. And it has gone dark and black. Good. And then we have a good. Cool. I have now established that I can instantiate this, and if I call it -1, it'll wrap around. The only thing I'm wondering is, having run this, let's let it wrap, see what it does. It looks like I should just call the position -1, and it gives me the correct piece of information right there. I'm not really quite sure why that is, but I'm content with it. Like the first time the plugin has seen this audio coming in, it's doing the right thing and responding correctly. Oh, okay. Igor was using 2tape6 and using plugin Flutter. Yep, the Flutter is going to be somewhat randomized. Good call. You spotted it. You spotted what was causing it. That's exactly what I would have done in your place, is figure out what was doing a thing. So let's see. This is good. What we have here means that we can update meter controls and things with the slider on the fly, and every single thumb of every single control can also become blink and light if we want it. Now, I'm not sure if I want to overuse that, but it does seem kind of fun. This just has me thinking. It has me thinking a great deal as to which kinds of things would that be neat to add. Throw a light in there. Because what this brings to my attention is this. I'm working on being able to give people customizable colors. I do not know, well, hang on a second. I'm speaking too soon. What am I talking about? Let's test that assumption. BB Edit, open, Documents folder, Airwindows Globals. This is within my control to test. Just because I'm in Twisted Wave doesn't mean I can't do stuff. Watch this. User color equals red. Save, close. Without even having recompiled, I'm going to find out whether or not telling it that the user color is red is going to give me a meter control or a gain plugin that is now drawn in red. Now all the background colors are already red. So you can see that what I'm talking about here, it flashed in red before. But if I have all the color red, because you just happen to have it be red, and it flashed going between the background color and the flashy color, and that flashy color was red, you wouldn't be able to see what it was doing. Or if it was such a close color, then the change in color would be you wouldn't be able to see what it was doing. But since it's not actually consulting the background color, so that as soon as we turn anything to flashy color, it goes between that and black, we get this. And now it's flashy, yes. Well, but then what if you don't want it to flash in green? What if I am using a whole color to tell you information about the flashing? I feel like what this needs to become, and again, let's keep playing with it. Here's globals. I think that might be an available color. We'll find out quick enough. If I tell it to use a color that it doesn't understand, it'll just fall through to the default. So let's see if that worked. does. That's such a dark color that it is making the knob look wrong. So now if we do this, that's a really good effect on a dark color. So we've got our LED illuminated knob. And all of this still works even if we are working on micro miniaturized plugins. Like, we can still control this cutoff knob even though it is this big. And having done so, it's on the top. Let's point it the other direction. You can see the light blinking even though it's tiny. I think we're onto something. I'm kind of liking the fact that the highlighting is still showing up even when it is completely and literally black. But yeah. So Game Boy, what you're suggesting would work. But I'm also liking the idea of especially making any control that will actually blink starting out as black rather than starting out as the color. And ones that don't blink are the default color. That is pleasing to me. I am happy with the ability to blinky the way it is doing. That said, we're updating the UI kind of a lot, but no real way around that. And it should be able to do, I mean, video games are able to draw all of this stuff from scratch, like 120 frames per second. It should be able to handle the RMS update rate. It's not actually hitting increment that often. Only when the message comes in, and the message is not happening constantly. I would like to do an experiment. Let's find out if I can. Yeah, color gray and red does look cool. I like that part. I could make a clipper or limiter type plugin where once you're hitting the limiting, rather than having to use the delta factor thing where you can put it to clip only, the clips can just light up the controls. It can just light up the meters. And it'll work exactly the same no matter what color you choose. You could have a white meter and it would still work. So let's see. Which bit am I want to change something. And I want to change something that will make it update more rarely, even if it doesn't actually function correctly anymore, because I'll just put it back. And this would be the part that I want to change. I think I only need to do this here. See where it says RMS size? It does this stuff, RMS count, and then at the point that it gets to, if RMS count is larger than RMS size, we're sending a batch of new messages. I think I will, hang on a second. It's getting more and more fun to fool with these kinds of things. Let's bounce over into here, and let's literally open up Airwindows Consolidated and look. It would be the first place I look. But here's another possibility. Interestingly enough, I don't see a current one. So there could be that could be something else that I could bring in. We could go there. Yeah, right at the moment, I don't see that. So my next question becomes, in my own collection, do I have that like legacy sitting around from somewhere? Yeah, I guess I don't. Look at that. I guess I don't. PSTs. Fancy that. I might have something that works kind of like it, though. Let me see if I can find you something that works kind of like that. Not going to be there. Nor there. Can we make that act in that way? Yeah, so that's chorus. So you make range be very small and that gives it to you. What range is doing is expanding it outwards to where it's always just a chorus. But you should try this. That's a flanger. And there's our center of it. Again, as you increase range, range is going to move it beyond the point where it's flanging anymore. But there's a flanger. And then it extends downwards until all of the points that it's working with are no longer flanger-like. But that's clearly a flanger. There you go. I suppose it's worth doing an actual proper flanger that's named one, but for all purposes considered, that should work. Let's get back to what we were trying to do. I wanted to see whether I could make the flashy flash much less. Let's just literally comment that out before increasing it enormously and seeing what that does. As this should throw off my calculations enormously. It should make the calculations be all screwed up, but it should still blink. And that is the floating point version, meaning that that's the one that I'm going to see in Twisted Wave. I've already established that Twisted Wave shows me the float, and then Reaper shows me the double. So if this works, what's going to happen when I hit play is it's going to do its little updating, but it's going to be way slower, and whatever blinking this does is going to start blinking much slower as well. Yep, got there. And that's why this calculation is no longer working. Although it's kind of accurately doing the calculation. It's just doing the calculation real slow. You can see how rarely it repaints and does everything. It's really not doing that at all. So yeah, that just became an incredibly slow motion meter, which doesn't really give very much information at all. But we could slow it down as much as we want. And in so doing, it's still representing RMS and peak values correctly, but over a much larger time window, 10 times larger, meaning it's not actually useful anymore as its original meter, but it's also updating all the interface in the meter and the flashy light. It's updating the flashy light much less commonly. That is interesting. That also means we can do stuff that's intelligent around only updating it when there's new information coming in. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is, if we only have to run this every now and then, let's put this back. I am satisfied with what I learned. Back to the original. I'm going to take a moment and look at what that actually means. So, $44,000 divided by okay, so we're updating at about 24 frames per second. Seems legit. What that means is that the scan lines across the interface are going at a certain rate, but it also means that the blinky lights are updating at a rate that looks like they're fluid, but it's not actually 60 hertz, so that's not even updating at the speed of the interface itself. No matter how busy everything gets, if we're updating interface things, it's still going to get a bit of a breather between updates before it updates something else. So essentially, what we're saying when I say that is we can do this. And increment is firing. Increment is firing at about 24 FPS. So meter only updates every other interface frame or so. If you're at 120 FPS, it's not going to update the meter at 120 FPS. It's going to update the meter and the knobs and anything else that does get updated at about 24, no matter what the screen refresh is at. That's going to be relevant for like PC folks who are running super high refresh monitors, gamers and such. And here is where we will leave this bit for now. So this whole system is about communicating between the audio thread and the interface thread. And part of the point of doing any of these things is to make it so that the interface thread and the audio thread can run separately. You could turn off the interface and then none of this is running. And if it has a lot of work to do, it can do that work, but it's not going to necessarily step on the audio thread. Also, it may even mean that you can run each of these in separate CPUs, making everything run a lot more efficiently. So there you go. And we can use values in meter, or we can do calculations. We just can't make new variables. And let's test that assumption. Yep. We just can't make new variables. We have to do all of our calculations from within variables that have been instantiated elsewhere. Stuff that lives in meter, anything like that. So we can load information into meter, which can contain, it not only shows pictures, but it also can contain any variable we want to live in there. But we don't get to make new variables inside a case statement, inside a switch. Seems legit. As long as we know what we're doing, as long as we know what is allowed and what is not, that is all good. And we can probably do any number of that. After all, we are updating gain, cutoff, and resonance knobs with an additional thing there. Hang on. I love that I have it updating so fast that it looks continuous, but the slight flickeriness is probably, that's like what you do when you want to make video more cinematic. So that's probably all to the good. That's probably a good thing for pleasing results. And I'm going to go and grab another. I'm very pleased with this stuff. I think the next thing to try is to make background textures, but that'll happen in a moment. So let me attend to this. And then my observation here is if I don't do anything about that, it will make the colors flash against black. And I like that. Because, like I said, it'll distinguish blinking knobs from knobs. If the knob instantiates as not just the color of the interface, but literal black, that would mean that it's overriding what a plain old knob would do, because not every knob is going to have a blinking variation. I feel like there's going to be plenty of knobs in there where you just adjust the knobs and that's fine. But there are going to be some knobs which may very well end up being large knobs. I think it has to stick to one color though, but might very well be large knobs that have an indicator in that way, so that not only is it a knob, but you can also see that particular one get interactive. And I love the fact that I've got it running at about 24 frames per second. And that is not the speed of people's monitors update usually. And that it's only upon increment. But new value updates don't actually have to, new value updates might only be making the knob in question a repaint. All in all, I think this interacts nicely. I think I have, yep, we've got the XML file parsing. Here's some stuff. Can we load? I think the first thing I'm going to want to do, apart from I'm going to want to go and get another cup of coffee, because it's getting late enough that I won't be able to do that anymore. I'm not willing to do that on and on into the afternoon. I have to be able to sleep at night. But in addition to that, and what I'm going to do now is play you the rest of Taming the Zoxen mixed on console X. But I'm also going to look into, what can I do here? What if I got that would work? Not those things. No. Website GFX, aquatiling blue, gray bed tile, gray Twitter tile, gray big Twitter tile. Aha. So I can try to load this as a background texture. Yeah, Jonathan, I thought not. I'm glad that it is close enough to make you wonder. That's very impressive. There is a possible thing. I am going to drag this sucker and copy it to my desktop just to have it there. That is another background texture. That is another background texture, but it's a little bit too bright. That is literally YouTube page color. That is another background texture. Or a Twitter tile. That is some of how I made some of these textures, because that is the color of a piece of paper which has had watercoloring done on it. So what I'm going to do is export that out of preview as some other kind. For instance, a PNG, seeing as I have a Twitter tile there. And let's just crop this and rotate this into various stuff. Then export it again. You can't really see what I'm doing there, but I'm just doing this. I've got this here, and I am just doing a little cropping so that I have a unusually oversized, because let's see, view, actual size. So this is a very big texture. And if I can get JUCE to load a very giant texture, it would be able to draw this as the background for the plugin, probably starting at this corner. And then you'd be able to draw it on any plugin that I made, no matter how big, and it wouldn't be tiling, it would be the full size. So this is my idea of a being mean to JUCE and trying to make it crash situation. Because this is a PNG file now, I can export it again. Replace it. And then what I could do is resize it just to sort of, or resize it or simply just crop it again. Because this is a rather excessive size. So instead, like, I'll do a 1920 by 1280 or something like that. Can I specify that? I've got to adjust size. I can do a resample image. It is not letting me do pixels, and that seems weird. What's going on with that? Resample that's letting me. Maybe I can only do it this way. No proportional scaling. 1920 by 1080. And then tell it not to resample, and all of a sudden it can't do that anymore. Well, that's annoying. And I was going to go off and make myself a cup of coffee before dealing with this. Alrighty. So I'll do it with the crop tool. This is our full size. And if I set it just right, you might not be able to see it, but I have a little indicator down at the bottom here that is claiming it is 1920 by 1080. So if I crop to that and save it again, boop. Now that is a like 1080p sized image. And if I export that as graybed 1080p as a PNG, that is a less exaggerated size, and then I can even export it as a JPEG for laughs to see whether that works too. It'll save it with, we'll use a large size for it just for fun. And now we've got a JPEG as well. So if I can get JUCE to load custom images, I get to test it on unreasonable custom images. There's our Twitter tile, which is quite small. There is a JPEG, which is the size of an HD screen image. Same as PNG. And the original source, which is actually quite a bit larger than that. So if I can make this loading of background texture work, I can try to load this to see if I can make it break. Also, I'd like it to show the extensions. I'm going to ask all of these things to show their extensions. Ah, Game Boy Z, you're on top of it. I'm going to make a little note of that before I go and make coffee. In the possibly erroneous assumption that chat is going to fill with conversation before I ever get to it. And I'm sure it won't. Chat is not moving very fast. Will it let me? No. That's unfortunate. I am apparently a moderator, so I don't actually get to... I'll copy it over longhand. Fine. Much like that dude on the TV once. We'll do it live. : Beautiful. Thanks, Game Boy Z. Alrighty. It's probably still going to be there in chat when I get back. Also, I could have done with, like, running my fire this morning. It's already May, so it's not supposed to be super freezing, but all the same, it is not all that cozy here. But I promised I was going to play you more from the remix of Taming This Oxen, and so that's what we're going to do. We'll send it to stream. Fire up the wonderful new meter. And I believe that is going to show on the screen just fine. Sure enough. Alrighty. So for those of you who are here, this is the remix of a track that I did a while back. we left off. That's where we left off. So yeah, that's Console X. You will be getting Console X in due time. And I'm sorry that took so much extra time. My espresso maker blew up. Thing is, if you have a manual espresso maker that just operates by a lever, if the espresso maker blows up, it's not scary, because what would cause a powered espresso maker to like blast water and steam everywhere? If you're doing it yourself with just levers, all that happens is you get ready to push the lever down so that it's forcing the espresso stuff through, and it's just like effortless. It's like floop, and you're like, what? What's wrong with this picture? This doesn't seem different. Jonathan, that's not really clipping. And the way that it is made to be more or less as loud as you could get it. Let me load this up again and show you. Like, you can see here how loud it's getting, but if we expand outwards into it, we can see that this is my waveform. Now that is a choice on my behalf, that this is what it is. This is running through Console X, and then I am going to AD clip 2 at the very end. So if I have momentary hits like this, it's rounding off those corners. And part of the reason I'm doing that is because the whole thing is designed to more or less maximize loudness cleanly, because Console X mixes are not meant to be like, everybody should listen to really quiet music now, guys. Like, this is meant to be competitive with modern over-hyper-loudinated stuff. But as you can see, it is a rare occasion when any of these dynamic peaks actually do literally hit clipping. And when they do, like this whole section here, I'll run analyze. LUFS is still around -13. In fact, the channels are -16. Average RMS is no louder than -11. Modern loudinated stuff, average RMS is going to be along the line, maximum RMS, rather than being -12, is going to be more like -6. So this is not the same thing as modern stuff that is quote-unquote clipping. That said, I could just as easily have backed it off enough to where it was never doing any of that. This is a first mix, and it was designed to see whether I could get into that zone where it's like this would stand alongside anybody's modern stuff and not seem weak, but it's still doing what you're supposed to do with the metering that I've got. And you have a lot more space inside the mix. It's similar to some of your electronic stuff that you can get. Like, that is a electronic beat, and it is much less likely to hard clip, although there are the occasional things that still will. So we've got just the tiniest little bit of a hint of a clip there. The whole point of the difference between clipping and none, let's load that up, because I'm going to make this point while I'm going before I return to trying to get a image loaded into plugins. The idea is to be able to get stuff that will sit in this way and make this kind of sound picture where my high frequencies are not over peaking here, and the audio gets to go all the way up to the top rather than having to leave a big space, but it fills all this area in here. And of course, if I compare that with something else, I wonder if I have it in modern. Like this. When we've got that, actually, what I can just shut that off, and now I can play it all I want, and nobody gets to hear any of it. So this is what I would call clipping. And the difference between that and the track that I did is probably fairly obvious. That's what people do when they use clipping in the modern sense. And what I was doing is not producing this. This is what I would call problem clipping. And that's what the meter does with it. And in fact, the red and the red lines here mean that the output of the actual track, as sampled off of a literal CD, is in fact clipping. That's fully maxed out. Not everything goes that hard. I could choose to put the meter in front of any clip, and then it would show me in big bold red lines exactly when the mix had in fact clipped, and then I could work even harder. Maybe it would be worth it, I don't know, to make sure that stuff gets to the level I wanted without actually going into clipping. What I'm currently doing with this in its loudest aspects, there's an example where it's gone. Tell you what, I will normalize the whole track just to highlight this. So if we do have clipping engaging on this, this is still the pattern I'm producing. And you can see that the red lines, that is where brightness is hitting, but it's using the color from clipping at moments when it is actually clipping. So what's going on when I do that is, yes, it is technically clipping, but most of the energy still lives in this area. And I can take stuff, I could take it even a tiny bit louder than that and get away with it. Let's do it and see what happens. Amplify everything by exactly 1 dB. Now everything's clipping even a tiny little bit more, but it's still going to give me roughly the same picture. This is a little bit beyond what I thought necessary. Let's go back to this loud bit. And you can see there's still a lot of space in here. Or over here, again, everything is clipping even a little bit more than before. But we're still not getting to the same place as the previous one. I would call these loudness peaks pretty much theoretical maximum. Like if your RMS is reaching up to 6 dB, there is no more. You have gone as loud as you can go, and you can't really go any beyond that. And again, the way where to make it sound good, there has to be a peak cloud living in here between the top point and the RMS curve. There needs to be a peak cloud filling up that space for it to sound amazing. And the amount to which you push it to where there's no peak cloud because everything is just always clipping is the point where it's not good. And again, I believe I can just kind of undo right back to where we started. And what I've got there is literally AD clip only 2. I don't think I used AD clip 8, although I could. And this is what I saw fit to consider like a maximal. And you'll notice something interesting, particularly right here. I don't think I can zoom in on this. I should show you the new Airwindows meter does this. So it usually doesn't actually stretch. If you make it big enough, it'll stretch. But short of that, it will just crop in on this, meaning that it can render it really accurately. And if you make it wide enough, it can also stretch that, but that's very, very wide indeed. And if you shrink it down, what it's going to do is cycle over that space more frequently. So you can pick a size like this or a size like this or something like that. And then it will do its job, but render as cleanly as it can. But the point I was going to draw was this. Within the context of this being as loud as it can, and this bit up against the top edge, this is as loud as you can go before clipping or at clipping. The fact that they're all on the same line means there's clipping. But you'll notice that some of those are showing up in blue, some of those are showing up with larger dots rather than smaller dots, meaning that that is also coinciding with slew rate in such a way that it's maximizing the sonority. So that would be loud done right. That would be getting it to where the loudest bits are having their maximum potential effect. I contrast it with like peak dots here where my cursor is, which are not coinciding with the loudest possible. You want to be producing these larger spots or the blue spots like here, and that's sonority showing up. Whereas over here, it looks like that's actually, there's a lower frequency sound going on in there. And yeah, like if you are peaking at maximum peak and getting to the point where stuff is beginning to clip, but it is not turning up in red and it is not too obnoxious as far as not matching with the rest of the stuff, that is workable. Like you can scale the peak cloud all the way up to the point of clipping. Remember that people normally add 6 dB on top of that and consider that you can't hear the difference. Because you don't directly hear clips, that's where you get your vibe and your sense of loudness and intensity. So maximizing this while leaving it constantly active, and this counts as constantly active to its full possible extent. Both this and the slew are literally doing that, where there's just about always something happening at the maximum part. Also, I was telling you about this. We can do this now. So now it loops within this very small space. And then we settle it back down, and now it's not doing the maximum clip anymore. But it's still filling up the space as much as it can. And now it will try to occupy the entire length of the screen. And so if I play this, I can make it represent the whole width of the screen, but only RMS and peak. And you can see it's filling up the entire space, and it's going to scroll all the way over to the end before it restarts. And yeah, the use of that top region, it's worth occasionally clipping a peak now and then, just to make sure that the rest of it isn't sitting way quieter. Like, if the top peak of the entire track is 3 dB hotter than everything else, you don't want to include it. So yeah, so you can do this and you can have this. Soon enough, it'll be available. And yeah, see, it wraps around again. And when we don't have the electronic stuff going on, there's a little more space. And none of that stuff is clipping. But it's still up to the top dB or so. Like this line, 6 dB. So we're like right up to the max. And only when everything comes in do we start seeing literal peaks. You can clip stuff like this with a clip only 2 or a declip 8 or any of the above, and it's fine. It's going by too fast to hear. So as you're working with stuff like that, what you want to do is have it so that the full range of this area between RMS and full crank is filled with something. Whether it is active like peaks or whether stuff is like going up right to the max, as long as your cloud is evenly distributed, that's the area that you're going to want to be. And what that also means is that sometimes you're going to want to turn up to the point where you are clipping some of the peaks because your cloud looks like it does here. If it was all just only this area here where my pointer is, you'd be turning it up by about a dB or so that all of this stuff would move up to the edge. Because you don't really benefit from not using the full range of dynamics, considering that the body of the sound is like 6, 12, 18 dB down, 18 to 24 dB down. And that can still sound impressively loud if all the peak energy is doing its job. It doesn't have to sound weak if you have all the peak energy there being as active as it is here. It's only when the RMS energy is like 24 dB, 30 dB down, and there's no peak energy happening that it sounds weak or it sounds quiet and people will switch off. If it's full of peak energy at all times, nobody's going to shut off. Everybody's going to respond to it like, oh my God, this is amazing. It's blowing my ears off. And streaming services will not turn this stuff down. Streaming services will read this stuff. I just hope like hell they're smart enough to not try to turn this stuff up to match, because that would be terrible. But streaming services will read this stuff as hanging around at about 18 to 24 dB down in RMS or LUFS loudness. And that's exactly where you want to be. You want to be using up the peak energy at all times, and that is the whole purpose of this pursuit that I've been doing for some time. And that's the manifesto, basically. So Jonathan mentions in the chat, which is partially obscured by my window, guide to understand how to achieve that sound. Yep, there will be a video. That'll be pretty straightforward. So we have actually scrolled on past the image file format load from thing. That's interesting. But I do know what I can do to amend that. Namely, we're going to set some of this stuff up and do the right things. And then we're going to throw in the same sort of format here. Same deal. Oh, gotta update this. And then we're going to need to test this out a little bit. So one of the things I'm going to need to do is this. So new name, default color is one of my things, but I got to work out how to draw an image, and then we're probably good learning how to load the image. We've got a string, which is the location of the new image, presumably relative to the default documents folder. I'm completely comfortable with having the image need to live there, because this is about letting JUCE work in as many places as possible without a bunch of weird workarounds. So we're going to do get child file, and here's where we can start fooling with that. So for auto, if we have globals text and we've done this, then we also now have a new thing. So there's where we do, let's see, we'll do it in order. So here's where we do the name. And if the name doesn't exist, then it is JUCE. And if JUCE doesn't exist, it'll just use Arial. We set the typeface. We set the default color. And then let's see if we can load a file. So custom background, same deal, but instead of doing get Airwindows globals text, let's now see if we can get whatever is written in here. In fact, I can even do a special update to prove that we were able to load the file, because here's where we set colors. And so I can set the color to something crazy, and that will show that we successfully loaded the file, because we'll test and see whether the file is null or not. So a new image. New image is the string that represents this file. That should work, because it needs to be a JUCE string, and it is a JUCE string. And so we're telling JUCE to get a special file from this location. I'm going to start editing stuff and making this work. Here we go. And let's see. I have not implemented apply track color. Probably worth doing that. Maybe you could do that today too. There's user image, and we'll stay with dark gray for the time being. It would be fun to also parse RGB values here, but I'm not that worried about that right now. It's just like it would be nice to be able to specify stuff that's not in the JUCE color list. But right now we got it specifying stuff that's in the JUCE color list. It's more lore for people to look up, I guess. So, gray Twitter tile JPEG. And it's spelled with an A. So if we do that and save that, Then we go to my documents folder, and then we put that in there. So now that just lives there. If it's not able to find it, then that will mean one thing. And if it is able to find it, it'll mean something else. So now we've got a file. Is that file, and then there we go, XML file, the custom load file as string, and image file format load from, again, so that's interesting. I need to learn a little bit more about this. So what I'm going to do is test and see whether the file's loaded or not. How am I testing nil? I know I'm doing it in here. I'm looking right at it. It's just been a long day and I've done many things. And so I'm trying to find out whether I can make any sense of what I've already done. Yeah, the espresso machine blew up, but since it's a manual espresso machine, all that happened was it just went excessively easy and leaked a lot. It was still able to make a cup of espresso, which is just not very good. And I found what was wrong is it was just letting air through. There would the seal on the gasket was completely failing for some reason, and so it just went bleh. And I ended up being able to make espresso by manually pushing just straight up manually pushing water through the thing rather than using air pressure to help it work. So yeah, I'm looking for a way to test for if something is null. And I'm looking at it like literally right above what I'm looking at right now. So it's going to be if custom background equals JUCE file and then empty parentheses. That's what it's going to be. So let's find out if that's true. Oh, hang on. Slow down. So here's the new thing that I made, but is it actually file empty parentheses? I'm assuming that's going to be what, yep, see, we have an option which is creates an invalid file object. So if it's equal to invalid, that's the same as checking for null. And Jules, who develops JUCE, wants you to do it this way, so I'm quite happy to do that. That said, rather than calling new name just, we're going to do something else, like default color equals extraneous, huh? We're talking about an extraneous thing. That's the extraneous thing. Okay, that should build. So here's what we have done. We're now loading our globals text as seen here. It's going to try to look up a user image, load this as a string, and get a child file based on that string in the user documents directory. If it finds it, then the background color of the plugin will be blue and it won't actually use this. If it does not find it, the background color will be green. That means I can change this to look for an invalid file and test both of those things. So let's do just that. So if we run it, it's going to be blue or green if what I did worked. That is blue. What that means is custom background is not equal to a no good file, meaning that custom background is a legit file. So next test, let's make it invalid. Let's look for gray titter twile. There we go. Titter Twilight. Little My Little Pony reference for you. So we're looking for that. That doesn't exist. We launch this again. And now it's not going to be able to find it. Now what does it do? That is showing up as blue. So custom background file, get special location, get child file. What I'm trying to do is make it so that it does one thing if it's true and another thing if it's false. So if custom background equals not a legitimate file, what else can I test, I wonder? Well, this is in the middle of an if statement. Let's assume that JUCE file, custom background, gives you stuff. So this is supposed to be a file. The question becomes, what are we doing with it? Can we read it? Can we open it? Can we read it as an image? Image file format load from is something you're supposed to be able to do, but you'd be loading from custom background if it is real and works. It's not going to be current application file. Apparently some of this suggests that you can do things with these files, but I'm not going to want to do that. I'm interested to know whether there's anything around here that says, can I open this as an image? We can load a file as data. We can load a file as a string. I'm going to go with exists. See whether it exists or is a file rather than a directory. Actually, I don't need to do that. This is a Boolean output. It's a little hacky, but that should work. So, in theory, I've just made it so that if, let's see now. So if exists as file is true, then it's green. Else, that means it does not exist as file, and so it's going to go to red. And I can also, yeah, that's gone to dark gray anyhow. I don't have to worry about the colors it's calling upon. There we go. what do we got? We should be working on, it's looking for a name that does not exist. And that is returning red, indicating that I've specified a file, but when it went and loaded the file didn't exist. Good, that's the way it's supposed to be. So now the question becomes, if I actually use a real file, this does exist. Does that then work? Shouldn't need to rebuild it. It might. I have a feeling like that might just give me something. It'll be green if it does work. It was red for failure, and it'll be green for success. Boom, got there. Okay. Woot, we're moving along. We are moving along fairly well. So now we're able to specify a file name in the XML. And it'll grab a file, and I can tell whether the file is real or not. I have not yet done drawing an image. And the way I'm going to do that is probably going to live in Paint. Here's Paint. So, fill all, JUCE resizable window. So where's Airwindows UI? It's here. There's look and feel, which is declared up here. JUCE color, default color. So what I'm going to want to do is specify an image, which I've never worked with images before here, but first time for everything. This would be very fun to add if we were able to make it work. I just have to learn which things. Yeah, so Airwindows look and feel contains this stuff. And this is also places where we can, it's setting colors for all these things, and then I keep manipulating them as they go. But here's also probably a good place to have an image file available. So let's see what happens if I assume that I can specify not just new image, but I'm referring to it as background picture. So I'll call it that in some kind of way and figure out how to make this work. Of course, we're starting it out as a nothing. So the file is custom background. The image will be called background image. And I'm going to instantiate it as intentionally a null image, which I'm pretty sure I will do by like this. By assigning it image blank. That should mean there won't be anything there. And that should mean if I go to plugin editor and use it, assuming I can find it and use it, oh, it's not showing up. Why is that? Why am I not finding that? Here's where we started it. So I should have background image available in the same way that I have new name and new color available. Where do we get that then? Because we're using it. We're calling upon those things. Here's default color lives somewhere, but it's not there. There it is. Oh, I know why it did what it did. Give me a second. I just made that there, but if I want to refer to it elsewhere, I got to do it here. Which means I can refer to it inside this. And just like with default color, it'll actually let me refer to that in some way. And having declared, it's almost as if it makes no difference if you put those things there or here. If that makes any sense? I mean, as long as it makes sense to me, that's the important part, because I'm the one that has to figure this stuff out. So to me, it feels as if you would have to declare these things before getting to that point. But it turns out you can put it, see how it says color, and then I get to say color here, and it comes in as slightly blue, showing that it actually means something. But it turns out you could also put it down under here, and it would still work. I feel like I'm happier with these up here, just 'cause. So I'm going to leave it that way for the moment. It'll still work. Like what I've got here is that, oh, build failed. I tried to type something. There it is. There it is. That's what I did. Oh, I see a variety of problems here. One of them is I am not doing this properly. Is once I put in a parenthesis, it found what it needed to find. Cool. Now I was comparing it with something over here, and I found the way to make it work. So this is the thing I had checked before. The thing I had to check before was exists as file. So here I'm not checking exists as file, but I am checking equals to null image. So I can do a similar thing. Well, actually, I'm not loading the image yet, but I can do a similar thing that I did before. See, this is paint. So here's where we fill the color with the background ID. So if we take this and double it up, and I can just do a Boolean thing of like, does this do what I thought or not? Like right now, this is doing a big fat nothing because they're both the same. But I tried to make that do a thing and it failed. But that succeeded. still a problem. However, problems are meant to be solved. Let's see if it likes that. And it did. Okay, so here we're getting here bit by bit. Bit by bit we're getting there. That means that was just our test to see whether the custom background exists as file, and we could make that work. We have not yet assigned the file to an image, and that's going to be another story. But what we can do is test whether, hang on, background image is a null image. So first let's copy the name of that, because I might not be using the right name. And yep, I'm using the right name, it's fine. So if is equal to a null image, then we use the background color, which is going to be a dark gray. However, if we are able to load the image at this point, that means that gfillAll has an image that it could use. And that might make things very straightforward at that point. So what we're going to do firstly is see whether it loads and reaches this point. We don't yet have an image loaded that would work, but it should do background color ID, meaning it's going to do that dark gray. And that's exactly what it's supposed to do. So we're good. Then, bouncing back to here, here's where we load stuff. And this would be where it loads background image. So my question then becomes, here's our test for only doing stuff if that's even a file at all. If it's not a file, then we don't have to worry about it because there's nothing there to even worry about. Can we do image from image file format load from? I mean, it could just straight up work. We'll see. When it says expected statement, I'm pretty sure what that means is I haven't finished this. So once I type in something that's a real statement, it will be okay again. Let's try working with what Game Boy Z suggested. Namely, and I'm going to scroll back up here so that I can get background image again. I'm trying to follow all this stuff, and it's definitely very challenging. I just built it. It failed because of this, that's all. Background, no, equals. And then we're going to do this, which is probably going to want this inside here. Let's see if it likes that at all. That is still puzzling. What's going on with this? Suspecting a statement. Why do I have a semicolon here? Oh, it does want that. So we do have a semicolon there. So here's where the class lives. expected statement. Could this be it wanting these things declared down here again? That's the only thing I can think of that changed. It says it wants a statement. Okay, so is that a statement? Does this then make you happy? Where is that coming from? Does that want like a semicolon or something after it? Member function definition. So what the hell happened? Okay, now we got expected statement here. So what the hell happened to this that all of a sudden it's not working? You settle down, Game Boy Z. We've got another problem. This is an interesting, tricky issue because this is throwing stuff into enough chaos. Like this is on a level beyond what I can really handle. And so I'm going to slow right down and see what I can make of this because there is a serious problem here. Maybe what Game Boy G suggested is in fact actually so expected statement might be it's choking on something inside load from. And then the problem only shows up here. So yeah, Game Boy Z might very well be on top of things with that. Rather than custom background, it's not complaining about that, but this would be the issue. So let's do that as written. I could see how that would be expected statement. It's just doing the usual C, C++ thing where, and we don't want those quotes, but that's fine. Because we don't actually want that, we want the string. The path is going to be the string. Oh, no, we're still in trouble. So that should... Well, what if we start commenting out some of this stuff that I've been trying to add? Other parts will have problems now, but I'm getting frustrated with this. So Game Boy Z, you're being really good with a lot of this stuff, honestly. So my question for you now is, what the hell does it mean by expected statement? I'm not doing anything wrong, and I haven't really changed anything significant, and it wants that semicolon there. But apparently something here has now broken it beyond repair, and I can't tell what. That's something of a concern. It would be nice if I could get this back again. So doing that didn't actually help. That's a Boolean, so that should work. This is the way it was formatted for you, so that should work. Maybe I've taken away too many brackets? Nope, that's enough brackets. So we still have trouble. So let's see. So here's the class. Here's the closing bracket for the class. Here's a struct which doesn't otherwise cause a problem. And it gives no suggestions as to what I did to make this be changed. And moving these shouldn't change anything either. Maybe I've got too many brackets. And I really should be able to put those up there. This is how much of this is left. So I have not uploaded this recently to GitHub. In fact, I have not uploaded this to GitHub at all. Moreover, I've also got, this also exists in Meter. So I can load Meter separately and look at the same place. Here's Meter. What changed? We've got some of this stuff commented out, but that's basically fine. It's going to be somewhere in here. Don't mind me, I'm going to try to neatly move this around until it looks exactly the same and see what happens. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. I should have not copied. Instead, I should have just cut. Now it doesn't have any duplicate members, and so now that part is okay. But we have an expected statement, but it's in yet another place. Okay, so what's going on? When I wasn't trying to do JUCE image, it didn't do this. That part's the same. Commenting the draw rotary slider out shouldn't be changing anything. We've already got an instance of this available. I should be able to instantiate variables in here somehow. There is use of undeclared identifier. Oh, but hello. That's interesting. And so is that. Expected statement in the first blank space. So what could that possibly mean? Could we be up? See? Yep. What happens if we take all of these away? Now we just got fill all. If we go back to here, is it now happy again? Okay. Here's what's going on. If we don't do any of this stuff having to do with images, it builds and it's fine. We're referring to the file background image, which may or may not exist here, except for now we're not because we stopped. We're comparing that to the null, and that's supposed to tell us what we need to know. Can we instantiate it without doing that comparison and see if that does anything? Firstly, can we make this exist at all? Build, see if that works. Build succeeded. Okay. Can we do this Boolean? So if that exists as file, we try to assign this to the load from. That succeeded too. Let's go back in here where we were going to try to use this in a reasonable and sensible way, and instead do something else, kind of like what we were doing before. Because again, we're fine here. But we started running into trouble as soon as we started trying to do something with this stuff. So default color can be assigned to stuff based on what's happening. So this class doesn't exist inside itself, so we want to do just that. And we're just straight up going to use default color and make it be something. Kind of like this. And we have another Boolean thing going on. So if background image equals blank, meaning it's null, we're still not applying it in any way, but we've got stuff compiling again. And if this works, our default color is going to go from red if it's a null image to green if it's an OK image. And if it's an OK image, that means we get to use it. So let's see what we've got. And again, over to bedit, and defaulting to not an OK image. There is no such image there. So if that builds, and it should, and we open it and launch it, then we should have this coming in with a red background if all of this is working, meaning it was not able to load an image. So far, so good. If it's any happier about this, it was able to load the image, and now we have an image inside JUCE and available for use. If it's green, green means go. Green means go. Can we move this text somewhere else? Because now we have the ability to load an image, and we have in theory done so. Here's where we fill stuff. So what was happening to cause this not to work? We're supposed to be able to read this Default color is not a thing. But I tell you what, we can override this. So first order of business, can we check and look at things about, oh, it's not express, it's not assignable. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay, well, never mind then. Let's just override this part. We'll fill twice. Copy. And we're going to want parentheses, but in a moment. Okay. So we should be filling the background as usual, as already done with the bit that's been commented out. But then we're checking on that image again, which we checked on before, and it should still be able to do this. That if it is not actually an image, then our background goes to red. And if it is an image, the background goes to green. And the first thing I'm going to do is test both of those booleans. Also, let's close meter. We're not using meter right now. Let's see where we got. Bit by bit, this is all eventually going to get somewhere. We are heroically galloping through all of this. Wow, man, user base kind of went off there. Well, that just saves the surprise for people who end up seeing the glorious results later. Alrighty, that is an override, and it makes it look really weird because the override is kind of artificial there. But that we have successfully made it not be an image. If I save that, it is in fact an image. Okay. So in theory, if we have it here, this is like literally the same thing again. So this, having this before gave me problems. Why would it be better now? But all the same, I have literally just duplicated that code. So what we've got now is if there's no image or it's a null image, or if, for instance, I move the image to the desktop, do a little quick build there. What we're going to get is if it does not have an image to go with, it'll go with the background color, which right now is going to be a dark gray. So it's looking for an image, it's not finding it, so it's just using the color. You could also just have null in there, empty quotes, anything. You fill in your image here, whatever. And then as soon as you actually put the image where it's supposed to be, let's see if we can, oh, it didn't want that. What's going on there? Please put that image where it's supposed to be. Why are you not able to put that image where it's supposed to be? What the actual hell? I'm in the Finder. I'm supposed to be able to drag crap around. That's better. I guess it was trying to drop it on a text file and it didn't know what to do. Whatever. So now that image is there. And so rather than drawing the image as a background, instead it's going to draw in red because that's what I've told it to do. Cool. Now we're actually getting somewhere. We can do gfill all, yes, but can we do gfill all? With current color or brush A, or clip region. Can I do other stuff? No? But this is not a background color, this is an image. This is what I would be wanting. And draw it at int top left x and int top left y. So at image to draw and 0, 0. I wonder if, does it have to be a const image? I wonder if this is going to work. And then that's within a designated rectangle. And that's rescaling. So I'm going to assume that draw image at is the one I'm going to want. Fill all background color is in fact not what I'm going to actually need. So instead, I want those things. And then I'm going to punch this in here. And then we're not even going to do that. And we're going to put in the semicolon that wants. And let's just fire this right off and see if we got anything out of it. Because it is not impossible. Thing is, I think I may end up actually having an image where the background is black, but it still draws that one thing in. Because I don't believe I've told it to tile. Bingo. Also, my thumb color is being specified, but blank thumb color should be more transparent than that. And also we can see that we are able to move stuff around. So I'm going to want to do a little test so that it doesn't try to draw the thumb color if it doesn't have to. And I also see a sort of funny, this is not lining up as well as it did before. And I'm not really quite sure why. Oh, I see the problem. So there is a concern which might or might not be a serious drawback to this. And that concern is, with my gradients, it has to be able to pull a color. But it's not actually able to pull a color from the image if it has never looked to the image to try to find a color in it. Plus, the gradient is not going to be able to draw a gradient over an image because the gradient is going to have to work from the color it has been given. And that's why this looks the way that it does. If this texture was much closer to that background color, that would be another story. So, where do we go from here? Well, firstly, I want to make it be able to tile. All of this is going to work much better if the thing is actually tiling, because it's a weird sort of hack anyway, and that's completely fine. But I don't really intend to stretch it. I want to make it tile. So we got to bounce out of here and do stuff with image. And we should do that where it's being initiated. Let's assume we need to do multiple statements. And then if we have that, what can we do about it? There we go. Alrighty. Here's where we can start doing stuff. We can set pixels. We can probably read pixels. I'm looking for tiling. What can we do to make it tile? That said, I can probably scale it using Paint. I think we're moving in the direction of looking stuff up, going on the web and going to the JUCE area and going, are any of you doing this? Seeing what people say. So we've got this stuff going on. I see very little as far as actually reading pixels. We got multiply alpha, that's fine. We can set pixels, that's fine. These are constants. K means constant. Create a copy. Get clipped image. Get up. There we go. Here's get pixel data. Get properties. Show me more about what that was about. So named value set. I don't think that's enough for me to go by. That said, get pixel at could probably give me something. So here's the first thing I'm going to do. Let's assume that pixel 00 is close enough to everything else. It's not necessarily going to be true, mind you. And we can have all of this fall apart in various ways if it breaks. But so now that's not actually a statement. Oh, hello, okay. Game Boy Z, you were a wonder. You looked that up before I could. I'm on a different thing, but I'm going to use that, I bet you. So, get pixel at 0, 0. And like from, what's this doing? Is this going to create a color? Okay, good, 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 good. That's assigning a pixel. That's going to paint the pixel. I want to read the pixel. This is stuff that has a lot to do with like bitmap banging. Not nearly as worried about that. All the pre-multiplied stuff is basically using transparencies. There's very good reason for doing that. That's interesting. So see where that says C for color? That's not going to work, is it? Let's fill in the rest of the statement. I don't think this is going to give me the color, but I can do something in basically the right area. So background image get pixel at is letting me read and write, but what I want to do is read, and what I want to do here is assign. So I think that lives over here. I've got stuff that has to do with that somewhere. Set color. Let's look into C code for this stuff. This is where it would really belong. So we got a lot of find color here. We got add color. I need manufacture color. Make up color from something. Where was I? Where the actual hell was I? Here. Use colors, find color. Okay, let's try this. It was default color equals JUCE colors, find colors. So let's see what we can make out of that. But not for name. No, 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 no. What kind of completion can we have for here? Don't want find color for name. I want color from, can you please? I want color from make it set color is what I'm looking for. Well, that seems to be something that we can call. I'm just not quite sure where we can call it from. So I guess that doesn't live in here. That's also not what I want. Geez, program, seriously. What the actual hell? If default is a color, then can I assign it without using the equals? Is it something where I can do stuff with it? Ah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Look at that. From float RGBA, you say. Just so happens, I think I can do background image get pixel at and then return an RGBA. But I guess we don't actually want that, do we? Let's try deconstructing this nonsense a little bit. And we're not going to do from float RGBA, but we're going to try to get RGBA somehow. That's interesting. I feel like that's not speaking the right language. I know, I'll just go with HSB. The values returned, meaning it should be giving me values. H saturation and lightness or brightness. Yikes. Yikes, that's not going to help. That's no bueno. I can probably make this work by just kind of manually doing it. Doing like 3 different takes on it. I've done from RGBA before. We'll just do it longhand. There. Semicolon and Bob's your uncle. Doing it this way, all I have to do is update that to RG and B. So here's our red. And then we're not going to attempt to do alpha. We could, but it would be supremely unhelpful. That should work and build. And it has. So now the 0.0 pixel has to be representative of the color of the background, but if it is, and if I'm referring to something that's nonsense and it starts with 1, 1, we're going to have garbage. That looks very much like we have garbage. Okay, so I think 0 is not a legitimate pixel location. But 1 might be. I'm kind of cold and my fingers are tripping off over each other. If it's still on the chilly side tomorrow, I'll make a fire and just chill out. And I will be trying the tiled thing very soon. I'm on a different thing right at the moment. Can I read these pixels and assign the background color to such that it looks like it belongs? That still looks like a nope to me. We're supposed to be able to do this thing. Oh, but wait a minute. Wait a cotton picking minute. I'm pretty sure I'm assigning the wrong color. Just a moment. Just a moment. Default color does no good whatsoever when it is the thumb color. So back over to here. And we're going to want to do Airwindows look and feel set color thumb color ID. So I feel like it is completely fine to also override default color, but I'm not going far enough. I do have to override default color. We're not doing the host track color, so that also might be that if you specify a background texture, that means that you don't do the color coding with the tracks. But we're not doing color coding with the tracks anyway, so we're always going to get to this else, where we're setting the look and feel, overriding stuff. But why aren't we? Man, I feel like the default color should be able to go. I'll catch up to your thing, Game Boy Z. It should be able to set thumb color ID to something appropriate. Really should. We should be overriding these things with relevant content. Host track color, Airwindows look and feel default color. Here's where we're assigning that stuff. Let's see if we can do more. This is probably not going to work. Oh no, maybe it can. Look at that. This is the only part it didn't like, meaning that that'll be fine. That was the problem. And while we're at it, we could also do the background window, so let's give that a try. being confident that that is also something that's going to need updating. So JUCE resizable window. And background color ID, which is sitting right here, ready to go. And we've assigned that color from RGBA from getPixelat11 or all of these things like this. So let's see now where we got. The hope of this is to override this gray that you see in the thumb. I can resize, I can reshuffle these things. I don't anticipate a problem with drawing, but I have to be able to load a color off of this image, or it will never look even close to acceptable. Like this thumb color has to get overridden. This thumb color has to become what I need it to be. So let's keep fussing. Here's where we're reloading it. I wonder if it's breaking because I'm giving it the wrong variables or something. Ugh. Woof. So this didn't give me what I wanted. This did not do the thing. Let's see if this stuff is doing anything. So if we can make the thumb color ID go to never actually seen purple before, if this works, I'll get to see what that is. Because this exists as a file, and so we're in theory doing the thing. It's going to look ugly, but did we now change what it's doing? Nope, that is still grunge brown. And by grunge brown, I mean dark gray. So this stuff didn't do anything. Can I make it do something somewhere? Let's duplicate this part. This is supposed to be where host track color doesn't equal JUCE color. Do I have my purple in here? No, I don't. And I should be able to grab this from here and assign it. So let's just take that from there and put it in here. So if host track color isn't a thing, which it shouldn't be because we're in Twisted Wave, which doesn't know what that is, we should be here. JUCE slider is being set to default color, which right now is being set to that gray. If this is a place that arrives, we'll actually have it be purple instead, and I'm very interested to see whether that is. Then we'll do the draw image tile that Game Boy Z has found for me. got there. So we're able to make the thumb become purple here. That's not helping all that much, but that is at least doing something. So the next question, and I said I would do that after I do this, so let's try to do the tiled thing right away. I can't actually select that because I'm a mod. So all it's going to do is let me like ban you or something, and that's the last thing I'd want to do. So instead, let's copy this over so that I don't lose it in case I do something terribly, horribly wrong and nothing works. And then let's start doing what you suggested. I'm not going to want rectangle placement stretched to fit, I don't think. But we'll find out. My hands are strangely cold. Here's the image. It does have to be background fuel. Well, there's the first problem. Alrighty, so actually I'm going to go and look that up. I said I was going to do what you did, but it is not actually a thing, so we're back to square one. Time to actually look it up. Jules himself from 2009. Cool beans. Interestingly, it looks like I'll just straight up use get fill all again. And we do this. Let's see if that worked. Oh, not ready yet. There we go. Let's see if that worked. We got draw image at. Question being, do we then just call gfillAll? Because this might not be it. We might have set draw image fill, but then we're not using it as a fill. But I'll find out real quick. If this still draws a black background, and it does, then that was actually image draw rather than image fill. Lovely. This is the one. Lose that. And I consider that to be one thing. So we'll put that there. And let's see, save, do a build, that ought to have done the trick. Should only work when we actually have a legit image to use. And now that we've done that thing, I suspect that's going to have worked. Boom, got there. That's a tile image fill. Now the only thing we're lacking is the inability to get the color of this image in any way, shape, or form and actually apply it, because this stuff needs there to be a color. And I'm having a problem getting a color. So for example, if I was to I shouldn't even need to restart it for that. Save this. That's now a lot closer to the color I need. So now this part of the knob looks a lot better. But it's because I filled in that color myself. And the thumb is still purple, and this is still red. So the trouble here is I need to be able to let you define a texture, and I'm going to assume for like normal people doing normal things, they're not going to pick a horrible texture that'll cause problems. If they do, it's on them. I'm assuming people are going to choose textures that are pretty chill, that are pretty normal, because I don't think I have a way of drawing a gradient over the texture. Certainly not with the kinds of blacks and things that I have available. It's not really doing that very well. It's drawing it over the background color instead, and there is my problem with this. So that's actually not that bad. It means that the lights will still work, like the blinky lights. If I have the blinky lights working, which they are not right at the moment, then that will automatically be fine and not have any problem with the background texture, whatever it might be. But I'm having a lot of trouble reading the color. And I think one of the things that might be happening is I'm reading colors that are null, or I'm reading it wrong somehow, and it's just not able to do the color right. So this part is still cool. I'm going to make it be dark gray again. Just because that makes a more exaggerated effect if it fails. We also might try doing some of that stuff I tried to do earlier, but in Paint. I feel like I know that there is an image because we're testing it here. That part is fine. Don't need to worry about that. So the question becomes, can I override? Like, can we reset this to be here? I've already done that, but I should be able to do it again. Then if there's an image, then yes, we're assigning it like this. Otherwise, we're doing a fill all on the background color ID. But if not, we draw the image, we fill with the image, and then we do some of this stuff. First of all, let's bring this from here and put it here. if we can. So let's see. So where is, okay, we're going to want to do Airwindows look and feel set color. We're just sort of setting it and resetting it as we go. We've taken it away from here. So if this is still, and let's also take this, custom background, then background image includes this, but let's not do this one here. It might be getting reset in some way. I honestly don't quite know what's going on with some of this, but what I do know is that that part's still going to work because this is cut down to the part that I care about. These are the base instantiation of things. This is where we load the file. And here's where we're actually doing stuff. So that needs to be referred to as part of this class, or it doesn't know what it's doing. So like that. And so do all these references to background image while we're at it. And that still might not get me there. But if this makes the slider color be purple, that is at least something. It shows that we've gotten to that point in the program. Purple doesn't exist anywhere else at this stage. So yeah, don't need that right now. Purple exists, and so we were able to get there. So here's the question. Why are we not able to make this thing be a color from the pixel? Or are we? After all, I'm doing all of this, I'm just overriding it with purple. What happens if we take this out? Does this then start to work? It's not impossible. I just assumed since it didn't work in the first place, it won't work here. But there's no better time to find out. It'll be the usual ugly gray if it doesn't work. It is the usual ugly gray, so that didn't work. That means default color stays. That, or we're just referring to it somehow. Or, okay, so one thing at a time. What this says is default color from RGBA. So it may be just generating something and then not assigning it to anything. If instead I do Airwindows look and feel default color equals something like this, and it's offering a suggestion. Okay, so now default color equals juice color from RGBA with all of this kind of stuff. I think I was referring to stuff, but I was basically just throwing the data away because it was just extrapolating from something else. No time like the present to find out whether it worked or not. Are we reading? Lovely. Okay. That is what I would call looking like it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to be. Those are kind of transparent looking. Also, I am a little concerned that that is a very dark looking emboss. But, yeah. So we have one further thing to do, and that is, this is calling upon some kind of color somewhere, and I need to be calling upon the color that I'm generating, because this is now super dark. I feel like the text here is also drawing as kind of dark, but I'm not sure how big of a problem that is. I'm gonna get up and stretch or something. The intensity of this stuff is proving a little challenging. Also, let's do a wicked mean thing to the poor. That's a 17 meg PNG file, that is. Don't even need to recompile. Save. Alrighty. Let's see whether we can crash the program by doing a wicked evil thing to it. I guess not. Assuming that's the color. Alrighty. Well, you look at that. So this is JUCE being able to load a 17 meg PNG file that is larger than it has any right to be, and basically fill the entire screen with a graphic that is unreasonably too large and is not even having to tile because it's way larger than the screen is. That's neat. There's going to be some limitations to the colors there because I'm only reading like 1 pixel. There might be a way of me dealing with that too. Like if I can find image techniques that are able to blur or average an image, that's what I'm going to want. And the next stage is coming up with a way of applying this color to the text. Because something is going on to where I'm not getting the effect on the text that I would like to. I mean, it looks great, but if I was using a dark image, then it would be out to lunch. It would not be looking good at all. Only reason this looks good is because black looks good against this. And it is also kind of too vivid. Although that can be changed simply by referring to an invalid file, at which point, if it's not a real file, it reverts to my emboss look and that kind of stuff. Let's return to the Twitter tile thing again. Or indeed, that's just copied over from the original place, so I don't really need that there. I can lose the Twitter tile and all this other stuff and just have a tidy little JPEG, which is only, what, 50K, 850K. It's about a meg in size. there we have it. I'm going to pull up some other images to play with too, but before we do that, there is a JPEG where you can kind of sort of see that there are bits on the screen which are part of the JPEG. Here's where it tiles. Clearly it doesn't tile very well, but that's fine. I can see the edges. So this part is working okay, but I'd like to average these colors a little bit just to do a better job of really matching the color. I'm pretty sure it's getting the color okay, but I would like to really match that color better. So with that, it might actually be worth doing a little bit more investigation about JUCE's ability to work with images. There's image and average and blur. We do appear to have an ability to blur thing, which suggests that I could probably, and Sudara has an awesome blur, but I don't think I'm going to need that one. Sudara has all kinds of cool blurs. This would be somebody's special code for this. Faster blur. Is there somebody who's having trouble with it? We're doing stuff here which is all manual. I do not think this is built in. I'm looking for stuff that's built in. I'm not looking to do this. I mean, granted I can, and I can do a bunch of things like assume that the graphic has to be 128 pixels by 128 pixels or larger, and then just refer to pixels that I assume are going to be there. Because I'm not really that worried about setting this up in a way where it adapts to every possible thing. I'm mostly interested in setting this up in such a way that for the vast majority of stuff people might try, it will luck out and get the right thing in. JUCE native blur, there we go. That's all I want is a blur. Doesn't have to be good, I just have to try. Alrighty, let's see. I'm probably going to be making a new image out of a small sub-piece of the image and going with that. But for now, let's see whether we can find this. Also, I can't be using core image. And I can't actually search inside the JUCE forum. I have to find it from, let's see whether they're using that entire set. So if I look for all of that, okay, image convolution kernel, that's getting closer. So filter kernel to use in convoluting an image. I'm going to need references to how people are actually doing this. Also, I don't need Gaussian blur. So this is just the garbage documentation. And as usual, nothing. Although I can go to classes like this. Yeah, I do this and it's like, what? What? I honestly don't call this good documentation. Call me crazy. Okay, so let's see. Here's a thought. Rather than mess around with that, I've got Airwindows look and feel background image. What we can do, if we load background image, we can then, upon loading, force it into a much smaller image that is like tiny image or blurred image or something like that. Kind of like this. So we'll double everything up a little bit, and both of these will end up being null for starting out. There we go. Now, blur image is not really going to be an image, though. It's a nothing. And we're going to make it become a transformation of background image. So, now we start trying to work out how, we're probably going to just run with how this works. So firstly, let's see if we can make that happen, the thing that I saw earlier. From an existing image, because I'm assuming if we make it smaller, it's going to blur it out. So let's see, image cache, image component, image pixel data, image file format, effect filter, convolution kernel, scaled image. This is likely to be where pay dirt is hit. If I could generate an image from so blur image is a JUCE image. Scaled image from an image, which would be background image. And then, okay, that's interesting. So for this, what we do is just straight up call JUCE image scaled image and then assign blur image. So we're going to need to represent, yeah, where it says const image, that's presumably the output one, so blur image goes there. Image in is going to be background image because that's where it's coming from. And then double scale in is not actually what I'm looking for. I want to scale it down to a size of like 1, or at least something very small. And that is not actually going to do it, but I tell you what, I can make the scale in be what I want. So let's see what we get out of this. Or maybe it's ready to go. So const image address image in, probably this is where I just put background image. Then double scale in is going to be the proportion so here's where I scale it down to be incredibly tiny. The question is, how tiny do I need it to be? So if this is scaled, 1.0 is going to be the same size as it currently is, and 0 is going to be probably a dead image. When I'm talking about imaging nexus, what we're talking about is the graphics on JUCE, so it has nothing to do with the audio at all. Image does not have the audio purpose here. Image is exclusively the graphics we're talking about. So what I'm currently trying to think of is, what do I need to do in order to get the background image at its full size, scaled down to like 1 pixel or so. Just average the whole freaking thing out. And then I can read from background blur image, assuming it's working properly for me. No. 0.5 is not going to, that's going to just give me the top corner of it. Like, this is a 1080p image. I'm trying to reduce it down to 1 pixel. So I guess what it's going to be is, or I cannot push that hard, but I could. So doing that, it can go by get width. We still need to do this. Ooh, problem. Now, whose little problem are you? Oh, you found something, did you? Let's see. Let's see if that worked. I already tried pixel at 0, 0 and it didn't work. We're going to be wanting pixel at 1, 1 or something like that. But let's see if what you're saying does a damn thing. So that does nothing. It doesn't assign anything to anything. Probably the reason is because you need another set of, no matching constructor for initialization of JUCE image, which means that where you have a space, you probably need to have another couple of colons. Like if I do this, that might be a thing. Unfortunately, see that there's no member named that there either. So you said that, but I don't think it means anything. And that's a problem. I'm not sure where you got that. It doesn't do anything. Now here we have no viable overloaded equal sign, so we're having a problem. But I think I might know how to solve that problem. So let's see. Yeah, so reduced image doesn't seem to be a thing. But this would work. So I'm assuming that what's going on here is we can straight up just assign that. That should work. And then rather than doing that, what we're going to do is this is presumably just operating in place. So let's see if that does anything. All right. So what it's doing now is this. Yeah, see, what you're suggesting didn't actually work or do anything. I typed it and nothing happened. But here's what's happening now, Game Boy Z. We're making background image based on what's being loaded, and then we're immediately assigning it to blur image. And then this JUCE scaled image thing, which it seems to be prepared to work, is operating in place on blur image. Now, that said, it seems possible that I could do JUCE reduced image, but I didn't find it in the... As long as we're doing this, we can... See, here's my problem with that. Like, if I did reduced image parentheses 1, 1, true, what's it referring to? With scaled image, I know it's referring to blur image. But if I did reduced image, what's it referring to? I don't think that can work. I don't think that can work. But if we do this, we're just trying to load those things, and then kind of, like I said, if it exists as file, background image, we were able to load that. We want it to be its own thing, so what we're doing is we're assigning blur image to background image, and then we're running this on blur image, but using this as a scaling. And now let's see. And there's a way that I can test on that. So yeah, your idea of how to make that work might not actually be a thing, but I think I got there anyhow. And all we got to do is and I don't think we're going to be doing a get pixel at 0, 0. I tried that and nothing happened. But when I got a pixel at 1, 1, I started getting the right colors again. So we're going to use that instead. Copy. That's a little better. Thank you. That's a little better. And so if that works, we're filling with the background image, but then we're assigning the color to the image which has been resized, assuming, of course, and I'll tell you something else, we can test this assumption. So now we are assigning the color based on blur image, but I'll tell you something else. We're referring to what presumably is still here somewhere, I assume. Graybed 1080. Is that what's still being referred to in BBEdit? Yes, it is. But now we're not actually drawing Graybed 180 anymore. No, no. Now we are drawing blur image. I feel like that didn't do anything. Game Boy Z, now you're just trolling me. That's not a thing. That is totally not a thing. No, you're trolling me. Which is all good fun. That's fine. And what I just tried to do didn't work either, so that's fine too. But JUCE does not have a reduce to pixel command. Sorry, that's what I want to do, but no, I don't believe that for a moment. Meanwhile, this has not given me a smaller thing. So here's the next thing. We are now actually referring to blur image. We're not even referring to background image. Let's continue from there. Now all of our stuff is referring to blur image and not anything else, including the seeking of the default color and getting a pixel at 1:1. The thing is, blur image is all very well and good. It's a real thing. It is an image file, but it is nothing but a copy of the other image file, and it didn't actually resize it. There's a problem. So this is now looking at blur image rather than anything else. And again, although it's doing a lovely job at looking more transparent, although it's doing a lovely job of grabbing the color, it's cheating because only the top corner, it's only checking the one pixel up here. If that was a different color, then that is not actually going to help. I'd have to luck out into a pixel that is doing an appropriate color. And what I'm looking to do is average this out so that I know that I'm getting a pixel that is related to all of the colors shown in here. That's going to give me the best chance of making it look good based on all this. So we progress. We should be now looking at blur image. Time to start finding out ways of, and I'm also real interested in what's going on with this text. Why am I not, is it the background color ID? Are we not updating background color ID properly? Like some of this is working better. Tell you what, let's do a little torture test here. So, we're doing all that stuff, but I should be able to break how nice it looks by doing this. If I do this and it breaks how nice it looks, then it's being set there. Aha. That didn't change its look at all. Almost as if it's not being updated here. And this is where we set the tiled image fill. We're not referring to Airwindows look and feel default color here. We're referring to resize window background color ID. So if we also don't do this, then it should be setting the color. I don't think we're doing it anywhere else, but we can find out. These things, not so much. And I should be still setting a color. And here's BB Edit, where our color is supposed to be dark gray if an image is not present. After having so much trouble getting it to look nice with this image, all of a sudden I'm having trouble making it look bad. That's wild. Rebuild, load again. And can I make it fall through to bingo, we got there. So that looks horrible. That's what I was trying to make happen by commenting things out. So we go back here, and this apparently is where it's getting default color and using it. We could put these in a different order because it's kind of making sense this way. It feels like it's just being called repeatedly. As such, let's see, where would the end of that be? There. So that actually belongs there. That belongs there. There's our background color ID. So if we update default color, and we're not using host track color, which is a whole other story, we could probably add the image check in there so that if you have an image set, it's not even going to try to tint. Or we could tint the whole thing based on the, oh, that's madness. Madness, madness, madness. So if host track color is even a thing, that could be another way to get around using a host track color. Like if you don't want it to assign colors based on the track, tell it to be a tiled image, and then it won't. But that's another story. So this setting of default color seems to work, and in fact, that's why this part is unnecessary, because we get there anyway. If not on the first instance, then immediately thereafter you wind up going through here and it sets them, and so that's where it works. So build this and it should work, and it should still be a bad color. I think Game Boy Z was trolling me because after having said that thing, no further comment. I don't mind. Doesn't offend me. I think it's funny. Here, have some ads in 1 minute as my thank you for being funny in that way. And now that we have this, it should go back to boom. And if I'm not mistaken, we're still reading the top pixel of all of this, and none of it is actually being resized. So let's see whether we can try some other things. For instance, JUCE scaled image 1.0 divided by background image. So if that's the thing that works, then the problem was the size of background image and not reading that correctly for some reason. So have we just made our entire background way, way, way smaller? Find out. And if it is way smaller, is it blurry? That doesn't actually look any smaller to me. That's not doing the thing I thought it was going to do. What can we do to aha. Okay, so that's not actually in any of your suggestions, my playful Game Boy Z. But that looks very promising indeed. If it works as a 16 by 16, it might just work in some other way. I don't know if I need to set any special things as far as rescaling, but if this works, I will then have a much smaller, scrunched down, densely textured thing. Beautiful. So this is kind of what I was looking to do. You see how it's now just sort of this blurry ass gray? If I rescale it down to a tiny size, it's going to give me roughly the average of all of the appearances. I don't want to be doing that very often, and I don't like the fact that this is incredibly dark now. But that said, and maybe that is just a factor of the way that it's doing its thing. I wonder if I can make it be, no, it's always going to be a very dark color. I should bring in a dark image to test. But first, a even more intense version of that. There. So that is effectively the exact background color of that whole image averaged down to nothing. So my next magical trick here, before I put the full texture back, is to go and find in my images or in something that I've got somewhere. Presumably I've got that somewhere. A texture library. Because I would have sworn I had something like that. That said, we could just do something like that and see what we get. It won't tile very well. That's hilarious. I'm going to try that one. Or I could try that one. Let's see what happens. Let's see how bad this gets. Because this could get very silly very quickly. I'll ship it like this. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know, right? That's going to be funny as anything. So, let's see. Back out of here. I don't think I have a collection. As much as I would like it, I don't think I have a collection of good tiling textures. I wish I did. I had once. I don't know what happened to them. But for the moment, we're just going to drag those things in and get a little silly. This will be your new interface. But wait, it gets better. We'll build that. Now let's see if the basic principle works. This is not going to be the full joke. That's coming. But if the principle works, that has produced a sort of nasty little average color. I think once I had online literal tiling textures. That, or maybe what you mean rather than I have online free packs, is you can find, and I'm sure I can. That said, if you want to be very silly, and when I say silly, I mean very silly. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows. And you can do this. You can have all the Chris as your interface. Who wouldn't want that? Everybody wouldn't want that. It's actually freaking me out how well that's working. It's not supposed to be working as well as that because this was a joke. The all-seeing eye of Chris. Yep, so adjust the cutoff eye and you'll be able to dial in your sound very well. Okay, so let's step away from the total madness for just a moment. Don't even have to close that. We'll lose this. Oh, hang on. Undo. You can undo in the Finder. Isn't that neat? So video face box is close to what that was, but not quite the same. It's slightly more realistic in the sense of being a sensible thing anybody might actually do. And that's not a JPEG, that's a PNG. Without even relaunching the program, you can do this. Note that that is actually containing, see the little white thing? That's not an error. It is instead part of the image because the image contains that stuff. So if you're doing this, you might want to pick an image that is actually a tiling texture rather than one that has other stuff drawn on it. That said, I want to go and find some image. Because we're still kind of in the land of silly here. And I want to find something that is not nearly as silly as all that. But that was funny. That was a fun little moment. Free seamless textures. Brick. Yeah, these are not necessarily what I... Look at that. Wow. Alrighty, so coarse granite. Grunge red brick. Okay, so let's... I wonder whether they're going to hit me with all kinds of problems. Apparently not. So I do this, then that. I wouldn't have even needed to have quit Twisted Wave, but I did. There. Not only that, that's doing a better job of disappearing into the texture. That said, that is far too, that's a terrible texture to use. But you could. You could, and you can stretch it out as wide as you want. But it's way too high contrast to be a real suggestion. Izzy's, I'm sorry about that. I have some limitations. I am only one person doing all of this. And so my ability to take care of that is somewhat limited. Or very limited. These are not very good textures, are they? They're so super high contrast. Ooh. However, see, something like this would work a lot better. So I can actually get rid of that one there. Let's see if this place lets me download the things. Oh, texture small. Okay, that's actually all I'm going to want. Throw it straight into the Documents folder. I see no reason I would need the full res because that's going to be much too large anyway. Select all. We'll see whether it is able to load JPEGs with an E. Copy. Update this bit here. Change the font while I'm at it. And let's see what we got now. I'm sure it's not going to be too small of a texture. There we go. A repeat of this broadcast will be saved on the channel in the live category. So you will be able to view this later as well. And yeah, I am pretty satisfied with the result of that. So yeah, you can have all your Airwindows plugins be effectively wood grain. And that's doing a pretty good job of rendering that. Only thing you can't do is have the wood rotate underneath as this moves because it can't. There's limits to how far we can go with this stuff. But if you don't want a simple solid color, you can absolutely skin all of your Airwindows plugins with whatever texture you would like, as long as you can download it and as long as JUCE can handle it. So, like wood grain will in fact work. Again, the only thing you can't do is you can't actually make the knob part move. But that's working. That is working well. Let's see what else we can find. Architecture seems to be much better as far as finding stuff that looks really low contrast, because what you want is really low contrast. There is a oak, but I've already seen and stuff with too much information in it. I'm also looking for low contrast and dark, 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 dark. There's one. Zinc. Let's see how this looks. We'll save that. Again, same with before. Shouldn't need a high-res texture. It can tile from some really tiny textures. So zinc. So the idea here is if I pick something that is really dark like that, it should be able to get the relevant color, make it look right, and apply the highlights onto it so that you can still see what's going on, meaning that you'd be able to choose a really dark look rather than just a single color, and it would look. So let's see how this looks. We'll save that. We'll go here, we'll close this, and then we'll reopen it because we've just changed it over to the new thing. Lovely. It shows up a little bit funny for some of these, but I was talking before about how that part didn't always register right. If we go to the middle here, we're looking at knobs where they're sort of flat looking. And that is indeed drawing a highlight very strikingly. And we can see the letters because the embossing is working correctly. And if we shrink it way down, it's actually shrinking against that zinc texture. So you can make it be almost arbitrarily small and still read the words, and so that works. But it's going to keep whatever texture you've got. Dark stuff, maybe it's going to have a little trouble at drawing the highlights. But that said, that works pretty well. That works better, a little better than expected maybe, because it's a very dark color. Okay. Back we go. What else has this place got? Some of these are kind of pretty. That's rather aggressive. So I was interested in finding a brushed aluminum color. That's a very low contrast. That's a fairly low contrast. That's a very high contrast. Here's a aluminum color though. Again, that is not a... I might be able to rotate it. Let's see what we can get. We will also see whether it actually tiles or not when we do that, because I feel like loading it like this, rotating it, looks a little closer to what you would want. I wonder if I have things like blurs and stuff in here. No, I don't think so. So the way you make a really good brushed aluminum texture is like noise and then horizontal blur. And this is not that, but this ends up making for a really good gray. So let's see how we do by using this one. Save, and then we'll fire it up again. There we are with a aluminum panel. It does, I would say, look a little dingy, and I am not getting the brushed aluminum feel off of that at all. But I'll tell you something I can do to try to approximate that is let's edit the texture. Yeah, no, hon. Not actually going there, but you know what? That's okay because we can do something else. Here we are in Clip Studio Paint. And let's see if we can add some kind of correction layer. That's not going to be it though. Let's see if we can just select everything and apply a filter, blur, motion blur. Let's have a little bit less motion blur than that, maybe. Let's cancel out of there and let's apply some other things while we're at it. This might hurt the tiling ability of it. But since I was not actually seeing any of that, that is now a lot more vivid, while still being basically the colors of aluminum. And then if I go in and go to the blur again, there. Now without anything, we don't see much, but then when we start adding it, it's going to turn all of that into scratches. And I'll see whether box or smooth are better. I like smooth. Hey, Fotis. We are having some fun, let me tell you. Let's do a little more of that while we're at it. Just a little sharpen. This might not be nearly as good as a scan of real brushed aluminum, I gotta say, but. And then if we save, quit out of there. I hope that Clip Studio Paint Pro doesn't end up going so full on. There we go. That looks a little bit more like brushed aluminum. That's still what is selected. And so therefore, there. So that's meant to be more of a brushed aluminum finish. If it so happens that you would like to have your plugin look like it is an actual aluminum surface, we can do that. It's a pretty decent job of it. It's not bad. And of course, that is something that can be put on. You could also go to purple colors and then change anything in user image to make it not load, which I believe this is all going to work just fine. And then as soon as you've done that, we are now just plain, oh, hang on a second. Did we not apply Microma as the user font until now? And here we are with our purple but non-textured look. I suppose I could try applying it as a tint. There's a thought. Textures and tints all at the same time. So let's quit out of there and put the aluminum back. And see if we're still able to do Microma on the aluminum. Interesting. Will you look at that? Somehow, going to the loading of the texture is stopping us reading the font. That's interesting and well worth investigation. What on earth is going on with that? Time to find out. I think it's going to be living up here. Here is where some of this is either happening or not happening. So, tag name param, find the param sub-element. It's able to do that. We're supposed to load user font. We're able to load user font if we're not also loading user image, but if we're using user image, we stop being able to apply user font. Why? Is it because the sequence of these things is not right? What happens if we apply that font not there? If we apply that there, and then after that point, that's when we hit the font and the loading of the new name. Give me a second. I took a moment to stretch. I'm tying myself in knots, unfortunately. So that doesn't exist if it doesn't exist. We've tested that. This is supposed to work, and yet there are times when it is not. Is there anywhere else we're setting the sans serif typeface name? Let's build this again and see if it does any better this time. Because that's weird that it was only able to apply it when we're not using. Now what? Boop. Lovely, that time it works just fine. So seeing as it didn't work before, can we now break it by making it be the other thing? So, Macroma, we want to use that. Aluminium. No, sir. This is America. We call it aluminum. This is going to break it. I'm going to see what happens when it does. Saved. I feel like I just hit Command B and it wasn't what I was supposed to do. So it should be purple, but also still Macroma. It is purple, but also still Macroma. Cool, cool. Now what happens if we go back again? So we can make that, but we also put back the original spelling of the texture and then load it again. Does it remain Macroma? Good, good, good. Then back to our ash color, and what would be an awesome font that would go along with that? Because I don't want anything too techy. Do I have a good way of looking up fonts from here, I wonder? Also, I still have gray bed that I could use. And I'm not as fond of zinc. I should just go to my fonts folder and look around. That would be satisfactory, yeah? Or double click on any, or go to any program such as BP Edit. No, that doesn't actually have font panel, does it? Or does it? There we go. Show fonts. All I really need is a name. So let's look up something cool. We're not actually going to use it, but I want to look up something cool. This is not showing me the options. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no. That's terrifying. Josephine Slab. Okay, so here's my font options. What looks cool with ash? Ooh, how about that? Cagliostro. just as we see it right there. I'll have to put these fonts back. Now everything that I look up in BP Edit is going to be crazy. We'll quit out of there and hopefully it'll go back. So, from brushed aluminum and Microma to presumably here is Cagliostro and wood grain. So if all goes well and I'm able to design plugins using this, what's going to happen is you get to use Airwindows defaults, Airwindows globals, which is this. Let's see if it kept the horrible font. It did. Yikes. Gonna want to put that back. Show fonts. Fixed width in Consolata, that's generally useful. Weirdly, I'm not getting options for changing the weight. It does not want to use the weight. Good enough. So I should be able to read that okay now. And you can do this. I can make entire interfaces, and once I'm finished putting out all the fonts, put out all of this stuff, and it'll all have this kind of appearance. There's certain things I'm going to have to do, like make the horizontal slider look like these, make a horizontal and vertical slider that have these appearances, and match the size of the thumbs, and do something fairly similar to the outside edge so that there's a round slider, but it looks more like these. So I do need to have that matching. But you should be able to load up airwindowsglobals.txt in your documents folder, or simply put it in your documents folder. And then all of your GUI Airwindows fonts do this. All of them on the fly. Or use your track color. So now this has me curious as to whether I can also tint things with the track color. We've only got an hour and 20 minutes for the stream today. And today I'm not going to go over. I'm working harder at, geez, like I was saying in the beginning of the stream, like post Steve Albini dying, I'm working harder at not pushing myself too hard. But hoo boy, we didn't have any of this morning. This ended up working out super good. I am very tempted to continue looking for even cooler looks. Don't like the fact that these are all vertically oriented. Oh, that's kind of pretty. Here's a walnut. That one looks like this, so we could put everything on that. Let's give it a try. Don't even have to relaunch the DAW. It's just on every plugin launch, you get a new thing. So this would be Cagliostro for font and walnut. The more vivid the actual grain is, the more intense it is against your knobs and controls. If it's a very featureless texture with very low amounts, yep, see, there's your wood grain for you. So we can have an entire Airwindows plugin with your choice of font for all the labels, and then your choice of background. And now what I'm wondering is whether we can also tint everything, which would presumably mean that you would need to specify a different color, or specify white if you wanted it to be no tint, if anything. So let's find out. This is a bunch of stuff to start with. There we have this. And see where it says user color? You would need to do this in order to have your texture come in at full blast, and anything else will tint it. So here's where we're going with that. Because I feel like maybe that's something that should be possible. And I keep wanting to look through more of these because these are actually quite pleasing. That's a funky looking granite stack. Don't mind if I do. They don't have to be very big by usual texture standards. Painted CMU block. Okay, so that is clearly a texture, but it's also very subtle. A lot of these are nice and subtle. Because when they have a lot of vividness, they override the graphics quite aggressively. Like I could do this, but it would look horrifying. You wouldn't be able to see where the knobs were at all. Not that there's necessarily anything so wrong with that. Here's limestone. There is a very light color. Oh, here's a black. Okay, let's quickly see what this looks like before doing anything else, because that's kind of wild. We could do a blackwood grain. Or indeed anybody who is using this, once I get it going, will be able to use that. So where was that? Charred timber. Copy that. I have this font, although maybe not everybody will, but this is a very impressive looking font indeed. Let's get a gander at this look. Okay, that's impressive. Arguably more impressive than it needs to be. Only trouble is you can't really see the knobs very well because it's so dark, but this is a dark look. And a very, very rambunctious one to boot. Again, we don't have this done yet. That middle control needs to be in the theme of all the rest of this. But if you are a dark mode fancier, you'll be able to override literally all of your plugins at once to all have this look simultaneously together. All the Airwindows stuff that you use that are not, because this is not going to be part of Airwindows Consolidated unless he does a whole bunch of work to cover for that. Unfortunately, I can't offer that as Airwindows Consolidated because that is not my project. This is. But Console X, you should be able to run Console X with its 36 knobs, and all the knobs will look like this. And shrink the whole thing to become tiny, at which point it starts looking like that. If you need enormous text, I guess you can pick a font with enormous text, and that's how that works. That is arguably too ginormous, so let's see if I can affect that. Save. Now we're looking for Jupyter small caps in the hopes that doing that will make it be smaller than it was. Let's see if it worked. That worked. Not perfect, but that is definitely putting those caps in as being smaller than they were. That looks classy as heck, man. That looks prestige. Damn. I'm liking that. That said, that is such a dark mode. Oh my god. This in the middle really jumps out now. However, there is something that I can do to fix that. All I have to do is go into this and then stop using the, and that's going to be in resized, I think, or not. Perhaps not. Maybe it's up here. It's up here. I only have rotary enabled. Although this is where I could put the switch for like how you manipulate the knobs. That could be a thing. That said, build. Boom. And I believe we have specified that as a red fader thumb. But you know, we can do one better than that. We've still got some of the other stuff in there. I only have to go and find it. I bet it's either here or somewhere else. Yeah, it's not there. Where do I do that processing? I've got a line of text that I commented out. All I need to do is comment it back in, and we'll have all kinds of fun. There we go. Haha. Alrighty, and let's make them slightly different while we're at it. A, B, C, and D. C, D, and A. Check this the heck out. I'm going to set this going, and then I'm going to go and rinse out my cup, use the facilities, because I'm Chris from Airwindows, and when I'm finished making these things, you can do this. Wait, I have a better idea. Let's make sure that shows. Good, good. This is the console X mix that I did. So let me just fire that So I guess what I'm wondering a little bit here is how much would I want to override? Like here's the thing. I could do blinky lights as custom colors for everything, but we could also give you control over what color the lights blink. That might be interesting. So let's see if that's quick. So from float RGBA. Hey, beans, beef, broccoli. And here's how you would do that. Because meter data of these various things, and we can make that be A is the middle one and D is the outside edge one. Here's how that would work. We go back into here and we find yet another color. But rather than default color, LED color. And that can default to red. But now, just like we load a default color, let's stack the colors up. And by that I mean just the positioning of them. Can't use new LED. We'll call it new LED. Excuse me. And right next to user color, I'm having a hard time selecting things properly here. There we go. Value is string equals LED color, then new LED equals the new value. So there's a string that we're getting in, and in theory it will load all of those things if it can. And then we do the same thing that we did here. Boy, I'm having a lot of trouble selecting things. There we go. It's because my hands are cold. Actually, if I was outside, it would be warmer. There's our default. And here is us doing color for name using LED to do it. So now we should have a LED color that we can override as long as we type it in, which we can certainly do. And if it doesn't work, it'll fall through, and it'll fall through to the default red. But now what we do is multiply all of this by relevant amounts. So we multiply each part of this by whatever the color is. That means that'll have to be modified each time, but that's fine. And it goes from 0 to 1, and it's float RGBA. So let's see, what did I have? This is going to be a long expression, but that's fine. It's worth it. And it doesn't get run very often. So LED color, and overhead we do multiplied by, does it need to be meter? How do we refer to this? It's an undeclared identifier. I need to make it connect to the right place. However, that is living within Airwindows look and feel, and that's probably how I get it. That probably got it. Or did it? We're able to refer to some of these things. So here's resize. So we are connected to some of this stuff here. Background color ID, tilt color, paint. We're referring to some of this stuff in paint. So here's, oh, it's going to be a lowercase Airwindows look and feel. Okay, let's give that a try. It's even underlined the initial letter. Does that mean? And it does. That is exactly what we want. However, we don't want a JUCE color. Instead, we want get red, but not as a int. That's an 8-bit int, so that's going to go up to 255. We want it to go between 0 and 1 because we're changing it from float RGBA. Although we could do it using that, but we don't have to because get red float should also be an option. Yep. And that's how it's done. We don't get to instantiate new variables in this. I already tried that and it did not work. But what we can do is green and blue. It's being bulky, but that's okay. And then we're going to just duplicate that over again. So there's the outside one and there's the inside one. So everything inside here is what we're going to be copying and pasting into the new positions. And then we'll change meter data C or simply leave it where it is. Again, goes from here to here. And we use all of that. Here to here. And we use all of that. And then let's go back to data A. It's a little hard to read, but I can't instantiate new variables in here. So I got to just do it manually. because this is just inside a switch statement, so apparently I don't actually get to create variables in there. I'm not exactly sure where it objects to that, but it does. And then meter data D for the final one, so that all of these are actually using slightly different measurements. We'll build from there. And we will open up Airwindows Globals and punch in Did I call it LED color? What did I call it? We're looking for, yes, LED color. That does in fact default to red. So we'll save that. We'll build one of these. We'll fire it up and have a look. With our existing appearance, and that is indeed showing up as blinking lights in red. But let's say we're not doing this meter here, but instead all of our metering is actually running off of the knobs themselves because of how cool that would be. But we don't like red for this. Let's go with blue. Let's go with blue LEDs. Did I hit save? I think I did. Save. There you go. Wild. As you're resizing, it goes back to the original again, just for a moment. That's interesting. But while you're not resizing it, it is sticking to the colors of the LEDs that you have specified in your design. So you can go all kinds of stylish this way. And again, assuming I don't need to do custom colors. And if I do need to do custom colors, there's a way of dealing with it. For instance, if I needed to have it go left or right based on the color, well, actually, I can't really do that very well right now. Bottom line being, if I do it like this, every piece of information that I feed in can be run through the blinky lights algorithm. And then you override it by choosing a color. For instance, let's choose, I don't know, purple or something. Don't even need to close the DAW. Let's do it. Time for purple. But that's not very bright, so maybe we want to do a shade of purple that is a lot brighter, because we do have that on tap. So without even recompiling, Lilac is normally considered to be a very light shade of purple. That's going to make it a lot closer to white. So therefore, if we tell it to blink in lilac on a really, really dark colored background, oh, it doesn't know what lilac is, okay. It defaults to red. Well, if you don't know what lilac is, how about trying light purple? Do you know what light purple is? I thought it would know what lilac is, but I was mistaken. It also doesn't know what light purple is. How about light blue? I know there are specific names for all of this. I just haven't hit upon the right ones. Oh, and here we are opening multiple instances. Yep. It knows what light blue, and this instance thinks it's in red. But they're all responding to the same thing. Let's see if it responds to resizing and stuff. Curious. We can make them tilt independently. Yeah, so there we are with a light blue LED against this dark color. Although you can also do much darker colors as well, and that would work. Or any number of other things, like I'm almost certain I saw that color referred to in there. We'll find out very quickly. Don't even need to relaunch. Yep, that's a color. And that might be a nice color for the maple-looking, light-colored wood grain one. We're still in the dark-colored, cool awesomeness-looking one. We could make the brightest possible lights. Let's make the brightest possible lights. So if you really want to see it go off, and this might be a fine time to experiment with one of the things I was talking about, but if you really want to see it go off, your light can be bright white. So what you can do then is add another layer onto that, because you see, we technically don't have to only be confined to so watch this. We can still load the color. We can still refer to this, but if I override all of these to read different things for each channel, hang on. Airwindows UI, Airwindows plugin processor. Which one feeds A? I'm going to find it in, not there, but here. Okay, RMS left feeds A. It says it right here. I didn't even need to go anywhere with it. So, and right feeds B. So for the right channel of the color that's being fed in, we use data B. And for the green channel, we feed in data A. And then we're not actually feeding anything else in for the green channel, so what we could do, we do kind of have to use something though. How many of these have I got instantiated here? F, G, and H. I don't think we're instantiating H at all. So I can use that for this as a dummy. And so get float blue, we are not actually letting it do anything. So if I use data H, it's always going to be 0 because we don't actually enter anything in there. So give it a quick build of that. And it's not going to be that amazing with this because this is not a very stereo thing right at the moment. And I think I've got it set to goldenrod or something. I don't think that updated. I think goldenrod was the last one I tried, isn't it? No, that is white. Oh, and I know why. I know why. Red plus green does in fact equal yellow in RGB. So that's not wrong. So what we need to do in order to see it do a thing is go to my vinyl section, fire up a little old-time Beatles, just a quick burst of this, just for an instant. Then shut off the audio, put it at the beginning, and enjoy your new version of the Airwindows. Oh, hang on. Let me get this thing to behave itself. You confounded crazy thing. Watch what these things... I have to make this go away. Watch what this does now. When it is left channel stuff, it's green. And when it's all right channel stuff, it's red. I could feed in 3 different variables into one of these dots. And it'll do its little thing. And feed in an interesting modulated amount of information across as many as 3 channels at 24 frames per second. So we can have not only blinking lights, but RGB blinking lights. Let's go back to the beginning again, because currently with this we have basically everything happening. So instead, let's go back to a section where it's going to show off the RGB-ness. So if you have your pan pot doing this, you can watch the pan pot to see how much it is converging towards green or red and adjust it until it is a nice even yellow color, or some combination thereof. RGB blinking lights, folks. And on top of that, it will still honor your chosen color. So if we do something that is wrong and bad and break it, all the LEDs now have to be blue, but none of those colors are allowing blue. Watch what happens. You tell it can only be blue. And then the red and green channels that are trying to come in through this don't actually do anything, because we're tinting the overall color. Or you could tell it that your RGB LEDs are only allowed to be red. Hang on, don't even need to recompile for this. And basically all of your normal controls will, it might be worth some of that stuff. If it's really an RGB blinking light, I'd probably want to override the custom color part of it. But here's what you could do if you didn't want to override the custom color part of it, and you were still rolling with it in this way. This is now RGB lights, and I'm going to need to recompile it so that I can take away that red, because that's not actually what I want. But now we have a meter that only responds to the red part coming in. So it's kind of a lot dimmer, because it's refusing to respond to the green side of the audio, and it's only responding to the red side of the audio, because you get to recolor all of the colors as you go. And I can make it more and more complicated as I want to keep up with that kind of thing. But really kind of the bottom line is that, let's use C and D. Then D, I'm going to put some comments on that too. D. Gotta remember to do the right parts. And then we'll have resonance knob be slightly color shifting. Let's have it be a purple. So A for there we go. Oh, and I keep forgetting a thing I wanted to do. We're going to not have this part. Honestly, I think I am more excited about making the thumbs for everything be blinking lights than I am at being able to color them all independently, although I would be able to do that. I would be able to do that, but it seems kind of even more fun to have them turn into blinking lights. Anyways, we are no longer overriding the gain knob set color and resized, and so that's not going to do that. Build succeeded. And so now if I open up my Beatles track again and grab onto that very beginning again, and we're not listening to it again, but we are firing this up. time for me to figure out what happened, because I feel like this is not doing exactly what I expect. So let's see what we did. LED color. Oh, it's doing that because I literally just told it to do that. Fine, not a problem. We're going to go with available at full white and watch the changes in color on that third control. Because there's still going to be changes in tint on the third control, but on these other ones, they're going to be peak meters in white. Kind of like this. So now we have a multiple color thing where these are both peak meters, but they're on different channels, so they're not blinking exactly the same. And this middle one is RMS between the two channels, and so it's fluctuating between blue and red. And I can bring any combination of that stuff in that I want. All I have to do is set up the information being fed to the RMS meter, and I can use any color tinge that I want, design it to do any shades of color that I want, and everything that you choose can also be filtered through the user color. That is also depending upon whether I would like to have it potentially, like there's a separate way of doing this. Maybe what I should do is do it in a comment. That's what I should do. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's our LED color. Here is, let's see, is it here? No, it's here. And it is such an enormous pile of text that you can't actually make it all on the screen at once. So it goes from here over to here. That's how big this text is. So let's now space these out a little bit. And hey, Game Boy Z, I don't honestly. Oh, you mean Wikipedia in the sense of, oh my God, that's large? Fair enough. Fair enough. We're going to do one each. And then as a designer, I will pick between them. So let's have the first be the neutral color one. This is me just thinking about how to do that. Yeah. So here's how this works. I want to say meter data letter, and that's not really good English. selection. And then here's where we don't actually do that thing. And we get to have much smaller control. Because we're not scaling that anymore. And these observations will also apply to every single other one. Then all I have to do is, actually all I have to do is change the name of the knob, so I don't have to retype all that stuff. So that's still good. Let's make this be consistent with what I said it was going to do. Data A, and A. Then for those guys, let's make that be cutoff knob. And let's see, so here we're looking at C, C, D, and D, and D. Okay, so the one thing coming in good enough, getting there. Kind of a lot of comment in there, but there's nothing so wrong with that because it needs it. Build that and then we'll see what we get. And then I'll put this back to a reasonable size again. Very long line of text with that. It's doing a pretty good job of trying to make sense of getting it a more reasonable size, but all that said, it's still kind of being a little troublesome. But it works. One way of doing things, I guess. All right. Build that. It should succeed. And now what we're going to do is our default color. Let's go back to the blue color. It won't care whether it's all caps or not, but I'm going to go back to that. And let's go back to Machroma. No, let's go back to Machroma and red LEDs with the one which is going to be an RGB. Fall through to light gray as a user color. We're still using our charred timber user image. Let's shuffle these around just for fun. I have not implemented apply track color yet. That is something that could happen. But we're doing pretty good as far as like flashy looking effects. This is setting pretty high marks for flashy looking effects in the last half hour of the stream. And we have saved. We have built. We're going to fire up the Beatles track, which happens to be very strongly stereo in the very beginning, just because we have that one RGB thing happening. And we're no longer making any of the controls be red while resizing. So here we are with a set of red LEDs for these blinking lights. And for the multi-channel one that could be multiple different things, we seem to have a whole range of colors coming in. I don't even remember what I told this one to be. I can only see that it is a thoroughly RGB LED here. And we are on Machroma. And as before, the whole shebang can also be a microscopic plugin. That's just that big and still fully functional. And you can even read it because all of this stuff is scaled according to what works visually rather than only being linearly scaled. The lines, the text, and everything are all being scaled at different proportions to make it all work. So you could go with a look that is actually quite restricted. And end up with it being refunctional even as you reflowed the size of it quite a lot. Granted, the meter looks crazy at this meter, but that's because I haven't designed it to do that yet. Or something a little bit more normal now. So I feel like a lot of these are going to be more about this stuff than about the meter. The meter is going to be built into Console X Bus and also standalone, and it's going to kind of exist as its own thing. I'm going to want to update it, and that might be something that I can do before the end of the day to incorporate this new stuff I added, but I won't need to worry about including the LED lights because the LED lights are part of knobs and the meter doesn't actually have knobs. It just needs to have the ability to have its frame match all the other ones. And then we can stop this and load up something that I can actually make noises with. And go right back. Yep. RGB light and normal lights. And they can also angle. Kind of like how we can make... Oh, what I should do. I know what I should do. Let's stop for just a moment because there's something that I could do that would be nice. I feel like it would be nice. So let's see. Where are we at? Resized. Here's where we're getting the tilt amount. I believe I tried to cut it down to tenths. And there's no special reason to do that. So let's see. So let's take that back out again. I was doing that because I wanted to be able to see what it was doing a little more easily. I wanted to cut down the range that it was able to do. Don't really need to do that, but let's see now. Because this is kind of stuff. Maybe I'll simply do it twice. You might not know what I'm thinking of here. Also, I cannot seem to sample. I can't seem to select things. Let's make a heroic effort at selecting things. So there we can do that. And then if we do this over again, this being the simplest way of going about it, it's a little crude, but it'll work. Let's not redefine those things because we already have them to play with. What we're going to do is that's now the opposite tilt. We've done that in a lot of audio plugins, but this is me doing it on the graphics because I have a specific effect that I would like to demonstrate and show. And I'm sure I'll be able to do it because it has a lot to do with how I want to make these things flow and fit. And then we're going to figure out, like, let's do a real quick version of that. We don't really need to make tilt amount at all, do we? No matter. Doesn't matter. So when we go back to here, I should be able to demonstrate that I'm actually going to want it to be the other extreme, and so that's fine. So it starts out at full crank, and so I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to reverse those things. That'll get me there. For one of these, the control is the inverse of the other one because I want them to tilt in opposite directions. Each of these controls gets to be tilted uniquely. And when I do that, we're going to see a bit of the effect I'm going after. And then once I've demonstrated that, we're going to move on. It'll be easier to see as we play. So what we're shooting for here is to create a look where this is slightly recessed. And as a result, this one looks like it's kind of overhanging, and you reach into this space where there's a little bit of interior space there. This one's flat, and then this one we are looking over the top of it. Now, one thing that's happening, however, is maybe a little bit of a trouble with some of this, and in particular this one is being more tilted than the other. See, it's flattening out real fast. And with the darkness of it, it's a little hard to tell. Also, if I expand it outwards, they'll become much wider, which is not necessarily the look that I'm going for. But if this bit was working a little better, or if I adjusted some of these things, like, tell you what, let us not load that and return to the default font and the default color, which is where I designed the knobs around. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more obvious there. We close. We reopen. And this looks a little bit more like what I was shooting for as a look, in which we're between these two. This one we're looking down upon because it is on a panel facing away from us. This is flat, and then this one is on a panel overhanging. And if we positioned them correctly and arranged it right, which is a little hard to do, but the idea is they can fit into space better by these not taking up as much vertical space as the one in the middle. I wonder whether I can, before I finish, I wonder whether I can do that visually. That I will have to rebuild for. So here's the thing, it's all going to live in resized. We've got it set up so that this is in fact correct. There's our tilt color and resonance knob set color. Let's move these two. That's very much part of the tilt aspect. So it should be next to that. And in fact, we can consolidate this together because we're no longer trying to fuss with it in the way that we were. Cut and punch directly in here. And then, yeah, that expects an expression. Probably don't need to override that. Oh, actually it wants it. Okay, fine. Fine. If that is what you want, then that is what you can receive. But that simplifies that a little bit. So that is so far so good. Other than we'd like to space that in there. We could scrunch all that together too, couldn't we? I'm going to need to make a comment to explain this, but hang on, we're getting there. And now we don't need this. And now what were we doing? We're setting bounds. So here's the thing. It's going width and then height. So if the width starts here and the height of this one starts there, but it was only 0.1 high, and then this was, in fact, instead of 0.5, that goes to 0.4 because it's that much closer to there. But then this turns into 0.4 instead of 0.2. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so this one becomes further shrunk and becomes 0.1. And this is how this kind of stuff is done, and how I'll be doing it as I start learning to reflow these and so on, because it needs to reflow based on the geometry of the window. Like I could test, get local bounds and work out, like, is this a super wide window? Is this a super tall window? How does that work? But for now, what we're going to see is the way that it squishes together if it's really finally balanced out correctly. Which it may or may not be. Signs point to not quite like that, but I bet it'll start looking better if I start squishing it. There we go. And so with that, we can have a large central knob, and then banks of knobs on the top and the bottom that are taking up way less space, but you can still basically read what they say. It's just that the going from 2 to 1 is not the correct spacing. And if we take it a little bit off, they'll start straightening up a little bit. But yeah, you see how it's doing a totally different thing now? Now it's trying to make the center knobs be way bigger. But what that means is we could also fit in lots of the top and bottom knobs, because even though they're taking up that much less space and allowing so much space for this big central knob, complete with all of our blinking lights, we now have room for a lot of ones on the top and bottom. I have room to sort of fit them in. And on that note, I've just been told it was going to try to play ads, so I'm going to not play ads for my last minute. On that note, it is 5:01, so it's time for me to go and have dinner. And I'm totally going to go and do that, because this was a really interesting live stream. This coming weekend, as I promised last weekend, but we didn't know that that was going to be consolidated. This coming weekend, I should post Discontinuity, and I think people will enjoy that. And in this coming week, I may return to fooling with all these graphics and things, or who knows what goes on. Maybe I'll simply play Minecraft or something. I'm going to try to learn from the sad fate of Steve Albini there, and be really sure to not push to unreasonable amounts, because it's like you gotta just breathe sometimes. And I'm going to see whether I can't learn to do that. But until that day, this has been a really interesting day full of really interesting coding and a lot of wild looking results. And on that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.